Recording in progress.
Mr. Chair, we're live on the air whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos, and good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 10th hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Would you please stand and join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and Mr. Villalobos, can you do items 2 and 3, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. On CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Bradley.
Here, just my camera's lost. Hold on a second.
Commissioner Park. I think Commissioner Park might be running just a minute late. Commissioner Blau.
Here.
And Chair Farini.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Wilson, are you item 4?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, item 4 was placed on the agenda in regards to our previous actions about remaining remote, and being that our next meeting won't be until December, we have to make these findings every 30 days. So we're once again putting it on the agenda for the commission to reconsider the state of emergency or the COVID-19, and to give direction to staff to continue remote hearings for December. That's the request.
Okay, and thank you, Mr. Wilson. Do we need a motion then for that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes. If we could get a motion on that, that would be great.
So moved.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
And we do have Commissioner Park with us
I'm
now.
sorry, Commissioner Park. I missed you coming in. Commissioner Park.
What are we voting on?
What, need a haircut or not?
Okay, aye.
No, Commissioner Park, we're voting on whether to remain remote for 30 more days.
Aye.
All right, great. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and Ms. Richardson?
Chair Farini and Commissioners, I just wanted to confirm if there was any public comment before we move on to the next item.
Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, any public comment on item 4?
Mr. Chair, we didn't have anyone specifically sign up for this item on the administrative agenda, but if there's anyone present who signed up for other items that'd like to speak on this, just raise your hand. I'll call on you.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney, while we're waiting, your hand's up. Did you have something to add, sir?
I did. Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I would just like to bring this up, I guess, with Director Plowman. Usually we get some kind of a summary of where we are and how soon we might expect to go back to in-person meetings of some kind. So I'll just pass that question to her if it's all right.
And there she is, Director Plowman. Good morning.
Morning. I honestly don't know when it's going to happen. I think we need to get it through the holidays to see where we are with case rates. Yesterday, I heard our Department Head of Public Health, Von Del Reynoso, talking about the increasing case rates for the unvaccinated. And so those case rates are up around 18.5 per 100,000, which is quite high. And so I think we kind of need to just wait and see what's happening. I did read that the numbers are going up in Europe, and they have indicated that Europe is sort of like the canary in a coal mine for the US. So the public health department said they're monitoring that to see if we start to see the same spikes just because of everybody being indoors and whatnot. So I think we're probably going to ride it out till the end of the year and see where we are in January, would be my best guess. I understand the commission's desire to get back in person, and we want to as soon as we think it's advisable. Any questions?
Yes, I do. Ms. Plowman, just in terms of the vagueness of your report, are we as the Planning Commission and the other hearing bodies tied to the decision on the planning department as a whole? Or is it possible that we could start in-person hearings, but as the Board of Supervisors does provide for remote testimony and be a hybrid between in-person and strictly remote?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, it's been our recommendation that we not do that at this time, just because of the way our room is set up. Doesn't allow for the same type of spacing that you see at the board level. And I need to speak with our GATV or Government Access TV to see how we might be able to accommodate the hybrid. It's a little bit more challenging. But you know, our main concern is we have lots of staff with young children. And so we haven't wanted to bring them back into the room. And so that's just been our recommendation. I mean, if the Planning Commission wants us to pursue something different, I can look into it. There is a recommendation from our public health officer that there be physical distancing in our hearing rooms.
Okay, well,
So we would have to provide for that. For the commissioners.
I raised the question because it came up unexpectedly in today's hearing, and I'm looking down the line and have no trouble with another month like this, but wanted to at least put a stake in the ground that we should be trying to get back to full public access.
Commissioner Black.
Yeah, although I agree with that, I really like the idea of the hybrid meeting. I mean, there are those meetings where I agree with Commissioner Cooney. It's a lot better when we all meet in the hearing room together, and I can see your face and your expression, and the same with the other participants. However, there are other meetings when the agenda is so light that it doesn't warrant me driving 3 hours to Santa Barbara and having the county pay me for mileage and everything else to do a meeting that's, you know, of no significant consequence and relatively short. I also think it's much better for the public to be able to testify remotely, you know, via Zoom or via whatever, as opposed to them driving to the hearing room, whether it be in Santa Barbara or Santa Maria. So I'm really hoping that we have the option of doing it remotely or doing it in person. Those are my comments.
Commissioner Blau, I think we're of the same mind in that we want the public to be able to participate remotely, because we do think that there are advantages to that for people who don't have to come to the hearing room and wait for an item to come up and, you know, spend a lot of their day in anticipation. They can be working or do whatever else they need to be doing and then participate remotely. So we're in favor of keeping that aspect of the way we're handling hearings today.
Great. And one of the not complaints, but comments we've heard in the past is the fact that we don't do hearings at night like a lot of entities do, which I'm not in favor of. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if it came down to doing this at night as opposed to during the day, you lose me as a commissioner that month. However, I can see where, a person could take a break from their work, for 10 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever it is, and be able to provide remote testimony, during our hearings. So much in favor of that. And again, there are some hearings where, it's like, it's a briefing from staff, it's a consent item, it's something like that, and it does not justify me driving a 3-hour trip to do those. It's just silly.
Yeah.
And I think the other commissioners would agree. Now, however, I agree with Commissioner Cooney that there are other hearings where it's really important to be there in person and to be there on the diocese as opposed to doing remotely. So I just want to be able to have the discretion to do both. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Blau. And as I said, we are still working with CSAC and trying to advocate for changes in the Brown Act law so that we wouldn't have to post your address if you're going to be remote, because we understand that the travel can be challenging, and we want to be able to create as much accessibility for our commissioners to be able to serve as possible. So
well, the other thing is, if we're going to be the environmental leader in the communities, me driving my car, 200 miles or whatever it is not environmentally friendly when it's just not necessary.
I hear you.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
So just one clarification on that. I recall shortly after I started that we did have some, maybe it's a third hybrid or maybe it was the first hybrid, Director Plowman, where we had a couple commissioners that could go to the Santa Maria office and TV in from there, which was, kind of compromise in what Commissioner Blau was talking about. And I agree that it doesn't capture the vibe in the room, for lack of a better term. So I'm wondering if with the remote testimony from the public, is that something that could still happen, or did that get bounced out from Santa Barbara TV because that was too complicated to have multiple feeds, or is that still an option?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, I need to look into that. So sometimes we don't have the room up there because it's being used for other purposes.
The conference room?
Mm-hmm. Well, and then the conference room, you have some challenges with having the public be there if we're going to have in-person meetings. So there are some things to orchestrate with respect to that. But I think my goal is to just try and balance your request with what we're seeing happening in the community and protecting the commission, the public and staff, and seeing what we can do. So I really will have to work with Mr. Villalobos, Mr. Wilson, and our government access television folks to see what we can accomplish.
Well, thank you. And I just had one other comment to leave on a positive note, which is, again, kudos and thanks to hearing support staff, because I think you have pivoted and managed this so miraculously and very well. And I dial into other agency hearings, and I honestly think that the video and the feeds and the organization of these hearings is superior to most other agencies I've had to attend. And secondly, just for us to remember that if you make a decision for the Planning Commission, then there are all these other committees like the DRBs, right? Or yeah, it's DRB in the county. No, it's
BAR.
DRB. No, is it BAR? No, design review boards. et cetera. And I'm not sure if you have any administrative ability to separate the planning commission as being super special compared to all the design review boards. It's not just us, I guess is the point that I was thinking of too.
I appreciate you raising that issue because that is true. We have to manage all the other, I think there are 8 other bodies.
Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chair, just to close the loop on public comment, we didn't have any takers on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
And I'll make one last comment if I could,
Okay,
following Commissioner Ridley's question or comment. In my opinion, when the meeting's in Santa Barbara, there should never be a meeting in Santa Maria that conflicts with us using that room or the public using that room for a planning commission hearing. I mean, I'm sorry. If it was a board hearing that wanted to conflict with us, I would give them preference, obviously, but no other commission or other meeting should interfere with our planning commission hearing in meetings in Santa Barbara, and we have people that want to remotely testify in Santa Maria. That just should not happen. I mean, just don't allow that room to be used for anything else other than the planning commission hearing on the dates we have it. Now, I guess that's up to the board to make the decision, but that's clearly my recommendation, and it just should not happen. And Mr. Ridley, in the past, I mean, there's been several times when Commissioner Freddie and myself would go to Santa Maria and have the hearing there. And yeah, sometimes it's in the conference room. It shouldn't be. They should never allow the main room to be used for anything other than the planning commission hearing. It does happen. It's a little awkward, but it works. But to not have the hearing be able to be there remotely is not appropriate.
okay, thank you. Mr. Wilson, how about item 5?
Chair and members of the commission, looking at the status of our agenda today, we have 2 items listed. First item is the appeal of the El Dorado Gardens cannabis cultivation. And item number 2 is an update on the sea level rise local coastal program amendment by Mr. Clemon from Long Range Planning. And staff is ready and prepared to present on both those items today. So I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you would like.
Yes, please.
Looking at our next hearing would be in December 1st. We have 3 items projected. We have a cannabis cultivation in the Lompoc area. And then we have a residential project in the Goleta area. And then we have a appeal of a tenant parcel map on December 1st. And then moving on to December 8th is our next hearing, which is an appeal of a cannabis operation. And then we have an appeal of an accessory dwelling unit on December 8th. And then, Mr. Chair, as we discussed last week, we're looking at either one of those dates as putting a discussion item in regards to a zone code text amendment related to shopping centers and permit requirements. We started that conversation last week, and we'd committed to putting it on the agenda. I'm looking at maybe December 8th, Mr. Chair, since we only have 2 items on that agenda. So anyway, we can work with staff on the date, but right now it's tentative for December 8th for that conversation.
Secretary Wilson, I see Commissioner Bridley shaking her head positively, and I think that's great that you're getting that in and on the agenda so quickly, and we all appreciate it. Thank you. Commissioner Bridley, okay, your hand's down now. Commissioner Blau, your hand's up.
Yeah, I'd like to add one more thing, if I could, Secretary Wilson, to that December 8th hearing, and that is, as it stands right now, if a project requires an LUP, it appears I'm unable to make an application under a CUP if I'm the applicant and wish to do so. So I want to explore that change to and I'm not sure if it's an ordinance, a policy, I don't know what the hell it is, but My concern is that I foresee or have seen where people use the appeal process to frustrate an applicant as opposed to actually have an appealable issue. And so what I'm seeing happen now is the ordinance requires an LUP to get an approval for a particular project, and it gets appealed. Now it becomes back to the commission. So there's a month delay, a 2-month delay, a staff report, whatever, and then it gets appealed to the board. So if I want to frustrate an applicant and cause them a 6-month delay, it's a few $100s and they can do it. It's real simple. And I'm thinking that if, as an applicant, if I could avoid the LUP and go to a CUP, go directly to the commission, I save time. Now, I know the reason that the board and we as a commission have tried to allow projects that don't need the kind of review that a CUP requires is to is to save money to the applicant and make the process go quicker. But that's not what's happening. If you require an LUP and it is appealed, and I believe, and the staff could correct me if I'm wrong, but now we have to have a staff report and there's other time, and we charge the applicant $285 an hour for staff time to prepare for the appeal that comes to the commission, and the same thing to the board. So by allowing the applicant the opportunity to pay the higher fee going in and come directly to us may be a benefit. Now, I don't want Ms. Richardson piping in and telling me that we can't discuss this because none on the agenda. All I'm asking for is to be put on the agenda, and I talk about the fees and the costs just so that the staff could be prepared at our hearing when we discuss this to have those answers for me.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, on the item that we're talking about on December 8th, we can just add another bullet to talk about Mr. Blau's questions for the commission to have an understanding as far as the LUP versus CUP and ordinance requirements and the fees associated with that. So we can bring that back on December 8th and make 2 bullet points. It'll be a great discussion.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Chair, sorry, we got stalled out in December. One other item to carry on our previous conversation, because the action that we took earlier on remaining remote, there's a 30-day time period that we have to make that decision. The first hearing in January is January 12th, which is 4 days beyond the 30 days. And so in order to stay remote, we would need to set a special hearing in December for the commission to make that finding to remain remote in January. And our recommendation is to set a special hearing in December and have the commission make that findings to stay remote in January. And that will allow us to get through the holiday seasons. And then once we get into January, then we can reassess whether or not we want to stay remote throughout the rest of January. And then we can go on from there. But that would be our recommendation, is that let's at least make the findings in the abundance of caution, and we can stay remote in January, get through the holidays, and then we can reassess in that first meeting in January if we want to remain remote or not.
So you'd be looking for something like December 15th then?
Yeah, so December 15th would probably be the best. It's a Montecito Planning Commission hearing date, but they only have one item, and I don't know if they're actually going to have that hearing because there's a commissioner absent on the 15th. And so they're having the same briefing on the safety, or they're having a briefing on the safety element updates to climate change. So that may get pushed. And so if my recommendation is we set the special hearing in that next meeting in December. So that way it'll give me a chance to coordinate with the chair of the Montecito Planning Commission. They have a meeting on the 17th. And so if they cancel that meeting, then we can set a special hearing for the Planning Commission on that date. Otherwise, we could just have 2 hearings on that date anyway, since we're remote. So if you would like, we could set the special hearing now, but I'd kind of prefer to coordinate with them before we do that.
So you want to wait till December 8th meeting to do that?
The December 1st meeting, if we could wait to December 1st to set that special hearing. If everybody's calendars are open, or at least 3 people's calendars are open for December 15th, that at least gives me a tentative idea of we can shoot for that date.
All right. Well, with Zoom, it's pretty easy to make a fast meeting. So I think it'll work.
Okay, so we'll tentatively shoot for December 15th, and I'll just confirm it with the commission in our first meeting in December to actually set that special hearing.
Okay, very good. Thank you,
And then-
Mr. Will.
Well, I have a question. Why, I'm not understanding why we would need a special hearing, why we can't simply do that on the December 8th hearing date. And then the next question.
Because the meeting's on the 12th in the 30 days. It doesn't give you 30 days if you do it on the 8th. Because of the January 12th meeting would be 34 days.
Oh, okay. Well, then my next question would be, why could we not do a combined hearing with Montecito for that one item as opposed to 2 separate hearings? I'm just looking at the money. I mean, I gotta believe it's cheaper for the county to hold 1 hearing as opposed to 2. And if we're talking about a Zoom meeting with Montecito and we're talking about that one item, should be a no-brainer. Just I'm asking the question. I don't care. I mean, can do it either way. Yes, but why not? Why not?
Secretary Wilson can look into that, and then when he comes back to us in December, he'll have more info. I think it's a good idea. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, we can look into that. I think my recommendation is not to do a joint hearing. Being that we're Zoom, there's not going to be much additional cost to have back-to-back hearings on that day. And then so anyway, Mr. Chair, do you want me to go forward on the projection report? Sorry,
Yes, please.
we're having a lot of fun with it today. As we get through the special hearing and we get through the holidays, January 12th will be our first hearing of January. We have 2 items on that. Cannabis cultivation and processing in the Carpinteria area, and then a briefing by Long Range Planning on the safety element update and climate change. And then in January 26th, then we have another cannabis operation in Carpinteria. That kind of wraps up the projection report. There is one item that still hasn't shown up on the projection report that we will work with staff on, and that's the housing update that we had committed to providing to both commissions. And so that hopefully by the next hearing, we'll have that on the projection report. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public speakers for items not on today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, all of our speakers have signed up for items on our standard agenda, but once again, I just want to give people the opportunity. If you want to speak on items not on today's agenda, raise your hand and I'll call on you. I'm not seeing any takers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Director Plowman, item 8.
Myself unmuted here. Good morning again, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I have a short report this morning. We've already talked a little bit about COVID-19, so that was my first item that I was going to discuss with you. The next item is yesterday the board heard a briefing from Long Range Planning, and it was a receive and file action for the climate change vulnerability assessment. And as I mentioned previously, that was something that was directed by the state back in 2015, that counties and agencies, other agencies, cities prepare these vulnerability assessments and then follow those with adaptation strategies, which will then be integrated into our safety element. So essentially the law, I think it was AB 379 or SB 379, mandated that. And so this is the first phase of that effort. We did receive a grant from Cal OES, I believe, of around $150,000 for this effort. And so our staff had gone out and with a consultant, Placeworks, and done an assessment of the vulnerable, not only people in our community, but also our assets. And so the board heard an update on that yesterday. That is a foundational document as we move in the next year. We'll be doing more public outreach on that, and we will be developing adaptation strategies so that we can protect our vulnerable populations and our vulnerable assets. The board did give us direction to work a little more closely with the ag community on some of the items. And we have worked with the Ag Advisory Committee in the past, but I think we're going to try and get a subcommittee from them to do a little bit more in-depth work as we develop those adaptation strategies, particularly as they relate to agricultural resources. I'm happy to answer any questions about that item if there are some. Okay. Future board items. On the 12th of December, we have 2 items that are going to be going to the board. One is the Oasis project in Orcutt, and the other is the appeal of the Cresco Cannabis Project in Carpinteria. And then on the 14th of December, second and last hearing for the board, we have the Bien Nacido appeal. And we also have the Santa Barbara Ranch periodic review appeal of compliance with their development agreement. And I think that covers it.
Okay. I'm not seeing any hands, so thank you, Director Plowman.
I do have a question for the commission. We have not done a holiday lunch in the past year. We didn't do it. And I'm wondering if the commission has an interest in doing that this year or waiting to do that till next year. But I wanted to ask because I don't want to just assume that we should skip it, although it is kind of in the spirit of what we are trying to keep people safe. But I just wanted to put that question to the commission.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Plowman, thank you for raising that. I absolutely would enjoy getting together with my fellow commissioners in the present circumstances. And, it does change quite a bit week by week. And if planning under those circumstances is too difficult, I understand that. But, I eat every single day in a public restaurant, which requires masks, except for eating. It doesn't seem to cause any problems for the people enjoying the restaurant. And so at least with just us and our group of staff and others, maybe the Montecito Commission, I don't think it would be a significant issue.
Commissioner Braggley.
I appreciate you bringing it up, Director Plowman, too. And I remember my first year and only my 3rd month on the commission, we had one on Haley Street, and it was a long table. And I ended up sitting with most of the S-Bar and C-Bar members. I was far away from my colleagues here. But the question is, if you do that, are you asking about doing it with all the commissions or just the PCs?
Just the PC.
Okay. I'm game for anything. And I concur with Commissioner Cooney. I don't eat at a restaurant every single day, but I think that's a logical extension and point to make.
Commissioner Blau.
I kind of agree, although I don't see any reason to postponing it to a spring luncheon. I mean, it'd be nice to get together, everybody. I'm not sure that it's necessary to do it in the middle of the Christmas holidays, to tell you the truth. I sometimes think, I know in my own company, we had a lot of those kind of events, and it seemed like it was always better if we did it in January or February, because we had better choices of restaurants. They're not crowded. It's a little bit better weather maybe. So either way works for me. I'm just saying it doesn't need to be December or nothing. it could be December or January, February, as far as I'm concerned.
Commissioner Park.
Would be a different kind of thing because when we've had our holiday luncheons in the past, we're all gathered together. Sounds like I'm talking about going to church, but we're gathered together at our hearing room, and then we break for lunch and come back. But we're all there. Now that we're scattered about the county, picking a location in a restaurant could be more trouble than it's worth. When I think of the prospect of getting dressed up and driving to Santa Barbara and putting on a mask and going to a restaurant for an hour and then coming home, I don't know. So you can't make it work as being something that's coincident with the hearing just because we don't have live hearings. So maybe the answer is once Commissioner Cooney takes over and forces live hearings on everybody, which I fully support, then maybe that's when we should have our holiday luncheon. But in the meantime, I'm glad to host an outdoor sourdough pizza party that I'll make the pizza over at the Live Oak Campground, which is halfway between for everybody. And you'll have a much better time. Wear your blue jeans and t-shirts and have a great time. So.
What day is that?
I love that idea.
Any day you want it, and you can bring Lily.
I vote yes.
Yeah, that's cool.
It'd be more like a a party that you could just schedule as opposed to forcing a lunch into a hearing setup.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing some interest in, I love the idea of something outdoors. I think that's great. And maybe it is something in the spring when we are actually kind of having hearings in person, because I'm hoping that we will be by then and life will be back to even more normal. But I love that idea of doing something outdoors. And so maybe I'll work with Commissioner Park to set something up where we could have like just a nice spring outdoor luncheon.
Sounds good. Lots of fun.
Here's
All
my
right.
outdoor pizza oven. See,
I love it.
it's portable.
All right. Very good. Planning Commissioners informational reports. Anybody have anything there? Commissioner Bradley? Nope. Okay. And then I guess that's it. We already did the director's report, so we can move on to the standard agenda. And Mr. Villalobos, could you read item 1 in, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Following is a hearing on the request of appellants Blair and Diane Pence to consider case number 21 APL 36, an appeal of the approval of land use permit case number 20 LUP 159 by the Director of the Planning and Development Department.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Good morning, Mr. Singer.
Good morning, Chair Farini. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
I am ready to present as soon as the PowerPoint is up and running.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Chair, you're going to ask for.
Oh, yes, very good. Thank you. Yeah, does any of my fellow commissioners have ex parte or site visits to declare? Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I had one Zoom call with Kevin Cruz, Ryan Cruz, Amy Steinfeld, and Eva Turnchok on the 8th of November.
Okay, thank you, Cooney. Commissioner Bradley.
I had a site visit on November 5th with Brian Robinson, but also I think I met Mr. Cruz, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Park.
I had a site visit probably around the time that Commissioner Bridley did, but I can't remember. And it was with Brian Robinson and Kim Lancashire and Ava Turin-Chalk. And I haven't been contacted by the appellant.
Okay. And then I had a phone conversation with Mr. Pence yesterday, and probably a year ago, I was on the property. So, okay. Mr. Singer, did we give you enough time now?
Hopefully, though, I will be giving the presentation, but I'm not running the PowerPoint. So that's being handled in South County. So it looks like
It's up.
Up and running. So perfect. Thank you and good morning, Chair Freeney, members of the commission. As mentioned, I am presenting 21 APL, the Pence appeal of the Eldorado Gardens Cannabis Cultivation Land Use Permit. Next slide, please. The site location is shown here. The project site is located directly north of Highway 246, approximately 2 miles west of the city of Buellton, which is shown in pink. The approximate existing developed rural neighborhoods, or EDRNs, are also shown in green and labeled. Next slide, please. This shows a closer view of the 182.85 acre property that's hatched in red, along with Highway 246 on the southern end of it, the North Highway 246 EDRN again in green, and the appellant's property highlighted in light blue. Next slide. The project timeline is as follows. The project application was submitted to the planning department on May 20th, 2020. The project was approved by the director on July 8th, 2021. And this appeal was filed on July 19th, 2021 within the 10-day appeal period. Next slide, please. The proposed project consists of 35.06 acres of outdoor cannabis cultivation within hoop structures and use of an existing 5,000 square foot greenhouse that will be relocated on site. The proposed project will also construct and validate additional agricultural support structures and demolish and remove other unpermitted development. Next slide, please. The site plan is shown here. The green areas are the proposed cannabis hoop structures. The yellow areas are existing grazing areas that will remain. The purple is existing lavender cultivation, which will remain. And the orange areas are other crop cultivation, such as berries and peppers, which will also remain. Other identified aspects on the site plan are the relocated greenhouse nursery, kind of in the middle towards the bottom, the proposed parking areas, the proposed transportation and security building, and the existing single-family dwelling, which will be demolished. Next slide, please. There are 16 appeal issues that staff identified from the appellant's submittal, so I'm going to try to move through them relatively quickly. Additionally to that, the appellant submitted a 67-page letter detailing 7 additional issues after the close of business on Friday, November 5th. These additional issues and staff responses are discussed in the staff memo dated November 9th, 2021 that was submitted yesterday, but will not be directly covered in this presentation. The first appeal issue is the contention that the project is non-compliant with CEQA and could have impacts to air quality and biological resources. In response, staff finds that the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report, or PEIR, identified significant and unavoidable impacts to specified areas, as well as mitigation measures which have been applied to the proposed project. The proposed project is also within the scope of the PEIR and was evaluated pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15168C. Next slide, please. The second appeal issue is the assertion that the proposed project is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan agricultural element goals and policies to protect agricultural uses. In response, staff finds that the proposed project is consistent with all applicable policies of the comprehensive plan, including the agricultural element as described in section 6.3 of the staff report, and that cannabis cultivation is commercial agriculture, which is equally protected by the agricultural element. Next slide, please. The third appeal issue, the appellant states that the proposed project is inconsistent with the Williamson Act and the county uniform rules, specifically that it was not analyzed for compatibility. In response, staff finds that the proposed project was reviewed by the Agricultural Preserve Advisory Committee, which found it consistent with the uniform rules. Staff also finds that under the Williamson Act, the county has the authority to deem commercial cannabis cultivation a compatible use. Next slide, please. The fourth appeal issue is the contention that the greenhouse will be used for mixed light cultivation rather than nursery cultivation, as described in the project description. In response, staff finds that the use of mixed light cultivation methods does not preclude the greenhouse from being used as a nursery. Next slide, please. The fifth appeal issue is the assertion that the proposed project is near an EDRN and inconsistent with the land use policies required for EDRNs. In response, staff finds that the project is neither adjacent nor in an EDRN and therefore is not subject to EDRN land use policies. Next slide, please. For the sixth appeal issue, the appellant states that the proposed project should not be able to draw water from the Santa Ynez alluvial basin and is not adequately conserving water. In response, staff finds that the proposed project wells are not subject to the state water board requirements not to divert surface water, and that the proposed project will result in a decrease in water usage and uses recognized water conserving methods identified in the LUDC. Next slide, please. The seventh appeal issue is the contention that the proposed project is not adequately buffered or set back from the property line. In response, staff finds that the proposed project meets all required setbacks of the LUDC. There are no side or rear setbacks for the Ag 2 zone district, and the proposed project meets the required 50-foot setback for cannabis cultivation. Next slide, please. The eighth appeal issue is the assertion that the proposed project is less than 1 mile from the city of Gilton and does not address the impact to the urban area. In response, staff finds that the proposed project is approximately 2 miles from the city of Gilton and that no policies or development standards related to urban areas apply due to this distance. Next slide, please. For the ninth appeal issue, the appellant states that there was no review of the previous owner's digging and regrading of a reservoir. In response, staff finds that the reservoir was excavated and backfilled with earth, regrading the area prior to the purchase of the property by the current owner or the submittal of the proposed project. And that additionally, this permit, this land use permit, as well as a grading permit are required to validate the work that was done for the reservoir. Next slide, please. The 10th appeal issue is the contention that there are the following transportation issues. The applicant was not required to install a left turn lane while the appellant had to lengthen theirs. The 72 proposed parking spaces are excessive and that the site transportation demand management plan is inadequate. In response, staff referred the proposed project to Caltrans, who has jurisdiction due to the project being located off of Highway 246. Caltrans reviewed it and via email communication confirmed that there is no left-hand turn lane existing and they will not allow the creation of one. The 72 parking spaces are required to meet the LUDC parking requirements for the area of hoop houses that they are proposing. And the STDMP is consistent with the LUDC regulations in the cannabis ordinance. Next slide, please. The 11th appeal issue is the assertion that the proposed landscaping and screening plan will not adequately screen the proposed project, particularly along a recognized scenic corridor. The fencing and security plan is inadequate, and the lighting plan does not do enough to minimize light pollution. In response, staff finds that the landscaping and screening plan is consistent with the LUDC, which requires reasonable screening of the project from public roads, and that the area that the proposed project is in is not a recognized scenic corridor by the county. The fencing and security plan meets all requirements of the LUDC as well as the sheriff's office, and that fewer lights to better protect from light pollution are not feasible due to security and safety requirements. Next slide, please. For the 12th appeal issue, the appellant states that the proposed project will negatively impact the health of persons on the surrounding properties and will negatively impact the appellant's vineyard and ability to operate a profitable winery and business, specifically regarding odor and terpene trespass. In response, staff finds that the proposed project was reviewed under CEQA and there is no substantial evidence of chronic health risks due to cannabis biogenic volatile organic compounds or VOCs. And there's a lack of evidence that cannabis terpenes impact the quality or marketability of other crops such as grapes. Next slide, please. The 13th appeal issue is the contention that the project conditions requiring compliance and mitigation monitoring are inadequate. In response, staff finds that the proposed project meets all requirements of the LUDC. The applicant must comply with all project conditions, including project permit compliance, and that failure to comply could result in enforcement actions, including but not limited to fees, fines, and revocation of the land use permit. Next slide, please. The 14th appeal issue is the assertion that county staff involved in processing the appellant's winery permits were biased against them, harassed them, and imposed excessive fines against them, and that the county is in favor of cannabis projects, thus creating a conflict of interest. In response, staff finds that county staff that processed the proposed project, as well as the appellant's winery zoning clearance, were not involved in any enforcement actions or the levying of fines against the appellant. Next slide, please. The 15th appeal issue is the appellant stating that the applicant does not provide information on where the cannabis will be stored or processed after being taken off site. In response, staff finds that harvested cannabis will be taken off site daily, and that once off site, the cannabis is not subject to the requirements of this land use permit, and identification of the processing or storage locations is not required pursuant to the LUDC. Next slide, please. The 16th appeal issue is the contention that there are 5 refrigerated containers on site that may have been in use throughout the permitting process and powered by generators. In response, staff finds that the 5 refrigerated containers on site will be removed as part of the proposed project, and that with implementation of the proposed project, the site will comply with all requirements of the LUDC. Additionally, the 2 proposed generators are emergency generators only and will only be used in the event of a power failure and for routine testing. Next slide, please. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following action to deny the appeal, case number 21 APL 36, make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A to the staff report, including CEQA findings, determine that the previously certified PEIR constitutes adequate environmental review, and grant de novo approval of the proposed project, case number 20 LUP 159, subject to the conditions included as attachment B to the staff report. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer questions as the commission may have them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singer. Commissioner Park.
Yes, I have 3 questions. But first, I want to compliment you, Mr. Singer, on a very excellent report, both your written report, but also your oral presentation you just concluded. And one thing in particular I want to draw attention to is your reference to the ag element and the comprehensive plan. As you may or may not know, in the brief period, maybe is it 3 years we've been doing cannabis permitting, we've had let's call it a healthy discussion over the ability that we might have to condition LUPs. And we've kind of come to the conclusion, I think, that yes, you can, but of course it's got to be related to the LUDC or to a policy. So your express reference to consistency with these policies, I think, is a very important thing to do and an important part of the analysis. So I really appreciate that. But moving on to my questions, the first one relates to buffers and things like that. And in my mind, I like to look at what are we buffering from, between the cannabis and residential, or cannabis and vineyards, or cannabis and licensed tasting rooms. And I know from my winery friends that some have a permitted tasting room where the public can come and taste and so on and so forth. And others do it by appointment only, and they'll do it on their patio or they'll do it some nice place, but it's not nearly the same level of permitting. And I couldn't tell from the staff report, is the Pence operation, does it have a permitted tasting room?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, first, thank you for your kind words, both on the staff report and the presentation. I appreciate that. And then the Pence Winery does have a permitted tasting room. The permit for it, or at least the zoning clearance for it, was issued relatively recently, but they do have that permit. As for how they are operating it, I cannot say. I have most likely reviewed that at some point, but do not remember off the top of my head if they are open to the public at this time.
But they have the permit to do it, and I know they have a lovely facility, so maybe that's something they'll do in the future if they're not doing it now. Okay, that's the first question. My next 2 questions relate to California tiger salamanders. That's just something of real interest to me, the biological resources. And as I understand it, this kind of long, skinny parcel is one that's going up the road off to your right. is grazing land that's never been cultivated. And we don't really want to grow things there because it would involve some impact on biological resources. But on the left, where the cannabis is going to go, it's my understanding that previously was cultivated, that was an agricultural area. Is that your understanding as well? It appears to be from the staff report.
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, you're correct. The area where the cannabis is going now is currently cultivated for kind of filler crops as they've been working through this process. Previously, the previous owner had briefly cultivated for cannabis, and then historically, that whole kind of valley, lower lying area has been cultivated for likely decades, so the applicants may be able to give more accurate information on that.
So I guess my question there is, when was it last tilled? We got into that subject a lot when we talked about the hoop ordinance, and the idea being, if something was historically agriculture but it was last tilled 15 years ago, then you might have California tiger salamanders in there in the burrows that the various mammals create. On the other hand, if it's been tilled recently, it's very unlikely that there's actually all the burrows and the establishment of the California tiger salamanders, which takes some time to disperse. So do you know that answer?
I don't. I would defer to the applicant on when it was last tilled. When the applicants bought the property relatively recently, and prior to that, it did have hoop houses in that same area, though.
Yeah. Okay. And so my last question there is, it's related to the California tiger salamanders. I think it's something we should all be concerned about, their migration patterns and all those things. And I want to think about that in relation to this property. And I saw a reference to various breeding ponds somewhere nearby. I couldn't see from the vicinity map that they were on the parcel, or they were even in the drainage that the parcel's in. And for the benefit of the other commissioners, the reason I'm asking that is, I understand from speaking to California tiger salamander experts that they'll tend to follow, the low route, go downhill towards a breeding pond, and they'll tend to go to one that's in the same drainage they're in. On the other hand, if you have breeding ponds that are a mile or two away or whatever, but they're up over ridges and all that, they're pretty unlikely to go up and over a ridge and then back down again. So that's where I'm curious if you know where those breeding ponds are, the closest ones in relation to the sort of the back area of this parcel where the cannabis growing will occur.
Chair Farini, Commissioner Park, there are a number of both observed and likely breeding ponds within the kind of general facility. I don't remember the number off the top of my head as to how many are within the kind of general 2 kilometer range. As to if there are any up the drainage area, it's possible that there is one. The applicant's biologist, I believe, is also on this call, so I would defer to her for more specific information that she may have on that.
But there's nothing downstream, so to speak, on this property, right? I mean, if you might imagine in that grazing area next to the cannabis operation, that's just to the east of it, that if there are California tiger salamanders in there, they don't really have a breeding pond to walk to going downstream.
Correct. Downstream of this is Highway 246.
Yeah, and it's also the cultivated areas.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, well, so I'm going to give everybody a break and stop talking. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Travis Ewards too. We're trying to scan through the bio report to see if there's a figure. We're not finding one right now, but if we do find one, we'll bring it up for you as soon as we can. Looks like we do not have a figure in the bio report, so hopefully the applicant biologist will have it. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Seward.
Commissioner Bradley.
I just had a couple of questions for staff. There had been, and maybe I should have disclosed this, I did meet with the Pences honestly, before I was seated on the commission, so it's been a couple of years, but I know they were concerned back then. Was there an enforcement case on the property before it came into the ownership of the El Dorado LLC? Do you know? I mean, was there a zoning enforcement case on that site?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Bradley, there was an enforcement case against the previous owner for cannabis cultivation as well as the digging of the reservoir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And then on 246, is it signed no parking on 246? Do you know?
As far as no parking goes, I don't believe there are signs. I've not been out there for a while. When I was last out there, there were not signs for no parking.
Okay. And Caltrans doesn't put those up as a routine, so that doesn't mean anything here nor there. I'm just thinking about the point of having additional staff on the property that the appellant is making that, seems to be more than what they're thinking of. And then I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Okay, seeing no further questions, then let's move on to the applicant presentation.
Would it be
That'd be the appellant, I believe, don't you?
appellant, I think?
Oh, the appellant. Yeah, the appellant.
Chair Farini, just one more quick comment, if I may, in response to Commissioner Parks, or to supplement that. There are no breeding ponds for tiger salamanders on site.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Singer. And do we have someone from the Pence appeal team to make
Chair
a presentation?
We're trying to pull up the PowerPoint right now. There we go.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Hi. Good morning, Commissioners and Chairman Farini. First, thank you for the service you provide to our community. We realize you're in a difficult position with respect to cannabis projects and do not envy your situation. This case is different. We are confronted with an exact replica of a previous illegal grow that was the largest bust to date in this state, $20 million to be exact. There's nothing theoretical about the effects here, as we've already lived through them. We lost virtually all our equestrian customers. We lost many winery customers. Our employees complained and became less productive, and our water wells pumped sand. The PER never considered circumstances before you today. It did not address established ag businesses driven to failure by incompatibility and the effects of a persistent, repetitive drought. These are real and are only getting worse. In the past, we have all debated what constitutes a reasonable setback or buffer. Existing farmers said a mile. Pot growers said 1,500 feet. But absolutely nobody in his or her wildest dreams ever imagined a 2-mile shared border whatsoever. Yet that is exactly what is being proposed here. The project provides no buffer from adjacent properties, and the setbacks are completely inadequate to avoid land use conflicts and significant impacts. We established our vineyard plan back in 2005 and have executed it over the past 16 years, investing millions in all the infrastructure, water, roads, power, and equipment to make that plan a reality. To date, we have 50 net acres planted, with about 70 acres to the north fully ripped and ready to go directly adjacent to the proposed project. A 20,000 square foot state-of-the-art winery is entitled and ready to construct. It is all on hold. Pence Vineyards and Winery now produces 10,000 cases annually. Our estate Pinot Noir is under consideration for Wine of the Year by Decanter Magazine, and our single block wines score 95 points. Importantly, and to answer Ms. Bradley's question, 85% of our revenue comes from direct-to-consumer sales made at the vineyard. We employ 24 full-time employees in well-paid jobs and up to 50 additional seasonal workers. All stand to lose their jobs. State law forbids cannabis growers from pumping riparian-sourced wells for irrigating their projects during the grow season. This restriction exists because cannabis sucks up water like a sponge. Again, this is not theoretical. When the prior exact same project was running in 2017 and 2018, we experienced repeated episodes where our primary well was rendered inoperative due to the overpumping next door. Knowing the existing wells are still insufficient, the applicant plans to drill yet another, even larger well to further increase pumping capacity. Until one day when the water dries up. Thank you for your attention. I will now introduce our attorney, Bill Parkin, who will take it from here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Bill Parkin for the appellants Blair and Diane Pence. I'm going to bring Dr. Jim McCord up shortly to talk about the water issue, because I do want to focus on the commission on that issue. And I want to reserve about 8 minutes of our time for Dr. McCord to speak. But I want to make a few brief comments about the issues associated with this project. And one is, this is, as Mr. Pence stated, this is a unique situation where you have this long, narrow parcel along an entire border of my client's property. And the CEQA checklist did not address the land use conflicts associated with this particular project. One of the things is odor impacts are extreme. And I will note that the city of Buellton has submitted a letter asking you to uphold this appeal due to odor. The city is experiencing odor from other grows and is concerned that this grow is going to exacerbate the situation in Buellton. I will note that the experience that the Pences have had in the past with the illegal grow, as Mr. Pence pointed out, it is similar, it is identical to what this project is proposed to do. So they have experience. So they're actually speaking from experience about what the impacts of this particular project will be. And because of the narrow nature of these parcels, there's no real buffer between the winery and the vineyard and the project site. And as Mr. Pence indicated, he had planned to expand, and we're waiting to see what happens here before he actually moves forward with expansion. Next slide, please. I'm not going to get into this because I do want to reserve time to Dr. McCord. So could you go to the next slide? Again, the odor impacts, I want to remind the commission, the city of Buellton is asking the commission to uphold the appeal. The program EIR said that the impacts from odor were significant and unavoidable, and had recommended in normal situations that there'd be a plan to deal with odor. And of course, it's not required here. The OAP is not required here because it doesn't require a conditional use permit, but CEQA doesn't care about that. Next slide, please. CEQA doesn't care because what CEQA says, regardless of what your ordinance says, is that you must employ mitigations necessary to mitigate significant impacts, regardless of what your ordinance says. If your ordinance doesn't require it, it doesn't mean that CEQA doesn't require it. And because the program EIR determined that there were significant and unavoidable effects, case law actually says that you have to do all things possible to reduce those impacts, even though they remain significant and unavoidable. Next slide, please. I will just note on the prime soil issue that staff responded to our comment about prime soils. One of the things that we're objecting to is that it says that the property wasn't historically cultivated. That is not the test under the ordinance. And there's actually, it does allow some development. It does say avoid prime soils to the maximum extent feasible. However, the staff hasn't shown that there isn't other alternatives that avoids prime soils. Next slide, please. On the issue of water, which Dr. McCord will speak about in a moment, there's going to be a new well. There's going to be a new well and 6 12,500 gallon tanks put in as part of this project. To say that there's not going to be more water coming from the site seems to be absurd if you're actually having to do more water infrastructure. And Dr. McCord is going to speak as to the connection between the groundwater and the surface flows of the Santa Ynez River. And I want to remind you that there are special status species, including steelhead, in the Santa Ynez River. So I'd like to call Dr. McCord, and if staff could put up his presentation, I'd appreciate that.
Good morning. Thank you for that introduction. I'm Jim McCord. I'm Principal Hydrogeologist and Water Resources Engineer with Linker Technologies and a proud graduate of Santa Ynez Junior High School in 1973. Today I'm going to talk to you. Next slide, please. And let me note that this presentation is a condensation of the 17-page report, which you guys should all have available, including 10 figures. So I'm going to cover a lot of information relatively quickly, and hopefully I'll have time at the end, or we can ask more questions at the end if there are some. I'm going to talk about the water resource impacts, specifically the impacts of El Dorado Gardens well pumping on the Santa Ynez River stream flow losses and on groundwater levels in neighboring wells. Next, hit click again for the next bullet, please. So the hydrology data sources that I'm using are from the Geosyntec 2020 report. That was developed based on or in support of this groundwater sustainability plan development for the Santa Ynez River Basin. It's based on a compilation of 22 reports, over 900 well records, and over 50 geologic sections. The image to the right on top shows the regional area, the Western Management Area out by Lompoc, and then the red box circles that portion of the Santa Ynez River Basin that is our project is located within. And if you look at the lower part image on the right, that's a blow up of the red box. And the El Dorado Gardens property is located along the that heavy blue line near the middle of it. And looking at the geology from the river heading north, up a tributary valley underlain by alluvial sediments with the same type of geologic formations on either side, we can see that the cross-section AA prime to the east over by Buellton is essentially a very good geologic analog for what underlies El Dorado Gardens, which is on the next slide, the geologic cross. Next slide, please. Thank you. There you go. Thank you. So that's the cross-section. There's two wells. You're jumping ahead of me. I did the animation in there so I could wouldn't be feeding you with the fire hose, making you drink from a fire hose. Anyway, note the red lines in the geologic cross section are the locations of the El Dorado Gardens wells. The line near the river to the left, the shallower line, that represents the existing well, what we called well 1 2013, because that was installed in 2013. The other two wells, the one further to the north, that's installed in the Cariaga and Paso Robles formations. And the one, the long, deep line on the left, that's the proposed well. We found a well permit application filed in October 2020. That well is intended to go to 1,200 feet deep and will be sealed off the top 200 feet, which I believe the intention of that is to avoid pulling water out of the Santa Ynez River. Now that one well is completed, the first well that I mentioned is completed straddling the river alluvium and the Paso Robles formation. So I don't believe they've demonstrated that that well will not be pulling surface water from the river and is connected groundwater subject to constraints or administration by the State Water Resources Control Boards. Now, the interesting thing is, even though they appear to be trying to go deep with the new well, it looks like, and the best available geology shows that the Cariaga sands outcrop right under the Santa Ynez River in direct communication with the Santa Ynez River gravels. And so that establishes a very strong hydraulic connection when those Cariaga wells are pumped. Next bullets, please. So I wanted to get the impacts one more time. That shows, the image on the left shows the Google Earth oblique image of that same area. And if you did a cross section cut along that line, what you would see is what's on top. So the cross section on top. So to estimate the impacts, ideally, next bullet, please. Ideally, we could use the groundwater model that's been developed for the groundwater sustainability plans for the central management area and the western management area. But those are currently under draft until January 2022, and thus they're unavailable to use to look at this issue. So next bullet, please. So I used the best available information and simple models. Next bullet, please. To compute well impacts, I use the U.S. Geological Survey analytical model that computes stream impacts from a well pumping. Next click, please. And what appeared on the left is the conceptual model that is being simulated by the analytical U.S. Geological Survey model, where you're pumping from an aquifer that's connected to a stream overlying impermeable formations, which is basically what we have. Applying that model, next bullet, please, we see that San Ynez River losses are up to 50% of the well pumping when those wells pump for sustained periods during the irrigation season. Next bullet, please. And when you look at the total volume produced over the course of the irrigation season, up to 63% of the volume pumped is replaced by leakage out of the river. So this seems to violate, even if it's not considered connected, even those Cariaga wells not connected by the State Water Resource Control Board's measures, it is impacting the river, and the negative impact to surface water is a consideration under SGMA. To compute the interference effect, next bullet, please, on neighboring wells, you can note to the right, those two wells to the right, that the upper well, or the 2016 well of El Dorado Gardens, is less than 400 feet from the Pence upper well. Next bullet, please. So we used the U.S. Geological Survey simple equation to compute drawdown from pumping that well. And the final bullet, please. Pumping that well will create interference drawdowns of 50 feet or more at the Pence North well. And Mr. Pence's observations of his well sucking sand seems to me to be a pretty good support for them. My model's not too far off base. So that's the summary of our impact analysis, and I'll answer questions later if there are any. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
I just want to note that the State Water Resources Control Board General Order for cannabis prohibits the use of surface water during certain portions of the year. So I think that's the importance of Dr. McCord's testimony and why we brought him in to give you that testimony. One of the things I will note is that the State Water Resources Control Board is understaffed and underfunded. So to rely on the fact that they're going to actually do any kind of enforcement or any action pertaining to groundwater in this area is a long shot. So I think it is important. It is analysis that the county needs to do. It's not something that the county can just foist onto the Water Resources Control Board. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Commissioner Park.
You know, I keep wondering when I should ask my questions. So and that was an excellent presentation by the whole team, but is the team done? So now's the right time for me to ask questions of any and all of you?
Mr. Penn, Parkin.
Yes, Commissioner Park, feel free to ask any questions of any of us.
So my questions, I think they're of Mr. McCord, but we might have to have Mr. Pence chime in. So bear with me. In Mr. McCord's summary of his report, which I read this morning, it refers to not only the impact of the irrigation of the cannabis, but of the other crops that are being grown on that El Dorado property as well. And Mr. McCord makes the statement there that the non-cannabis crops can be, in fact, thirstier than cannabis. And so my question for you, Mr. McCord, is we've of course seen the staff report or the most recent memo of November 9 that says, in fact, the water usage with cannabis will be less than the historical usage with non-cannabis crops. So I'm wondering, does that still concern you about the draw in the river, the fact that it's going to go from a thirstier crop to a less water using crop? Could you address that, Mr. McCord? And I have some follow-up questions as well.
Well, it's based on duty of water, which is water use per acre, and to get the total volume of water diverted, you take that duty of water times the irrigated acreage, and there's much more irrigated acreage than just the 35 acres that are discussed in there, and that are part of the application, the 35 irrigated acres of cannabis. And so, yes, I did do cumulative impacts. I did consider cumulative impacts from continued pumping and irrigation of the entire parcel.
If I may add, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I may add, the applicant's numbers are based upon the submittals to the water board for the San Ynez River and historical that was done by the previous owner. By the way, the previous owner committed perjury. But be that as it may, if you go back to those orders, the use spiked during the years when cannabis was being grown there. And those numbers, the actual numbers, even if you believe them, okay, and I would make the strong case they were underreported, but even if you believe them, those were historically the highest uses ever, and they are higher than the assumptions that are currently being used by the applicant. So something's wrong here.
Well, that's an interesting point that Mr. Pence makes as to how well we can rely on data. You know, it's not like we're going to cross-examine people and find out how good that information is. I will share the fact that the commission has considered numerous projects where we're looking at water substitution, you know, particularly in the Cuyama Valley, of other crops for cannabis. And as thirsty as cannabis can be, there are many other crops that are much, much thirstier. So it's still of interest to me. What would happen if this project was to be denied, but these things get cultivated in other crops? Will it really result in any major water usage? It might be worse. But let me go ahead. The 20,000-foot winery, where will the water come from for that winery?
We have existing wells on site, and actually it doesn't take that much water relative to irrigation. The winery doesn't take that much. So
you don't like to dilute your grape juice with water to make wine?
We try to pick not quite so right. That's not our game.
I'm just teasing you, Mr. Pence. And then, I think, Mr. Pence, you referred to, I think your phrase was you'd ripped another 70 acres. And I know that when I was out there, I saw some acreage that I thought was on your property that was off kind of towards let me get my directions right, would it be the north end and adjacent to this El Dorado property. And it was sort of on the lower bench of your property. And I saw somebody out there tilling around the oak trees. Was that on your property? Is that?
Yes, exactly. Our property, all the 70 acres are all to the north, and they are on the lower slopes because the upper slopes are simply too steep for us to farm. And so this was in our original plan from 2005. Basically, we've been moving from south to north, which is kind of logical when you think that all of our equipment, our water wells, our power and everything, and we're just extending further north. But the whole project doesn't make sense economically until we're really tilling that whole property. That's when we can finally make sense of this. I mean, this is a long-term investment, but that's when it finally starts to make economic sense.
I think to the degree that any wine grape growing makes economic sense, you're absolutely right. The more you can do it and get some economies of scale and so forth. I get what you're saying. How will you irrigate that 70 acres? Where will that water come from?
Oh, we have the capabilities. We have 2 wells that we use. One is right at the equestrian facility, and one is slightly south of that in the and more in the center of the existing vineyard. And we have all the plans for the irrigation, the water mains, everything. It requires an existing 8-inch water main be extended further north. Again, it's down to working drawings. I have the numbers. I mean, I have the bids and everything for it. We're ready to go.
But so you have the capacity to draw more water out of those wells. You're just not doing it now because you don't have the crop to put them on. But once you plant the 70 acres, you'll be drawing out a lot more water from the same basin yourself, right?
Nothing compared to cannabis. Wine grapes take very, very little irrigation, especially as they get a little older. Our irrigation numbers have become lower, almost lower every year. Even though we've expanded acreage, our actual irrigation numbers are smaller. We irrigate less.
But those would be new grapes. You're establishing the vines. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Pence. It's good talking to you again.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
I have a question for Mr. McCord. I don't want to get too confused here, but it sounds to me like, the owner, the current applicant doesn't need anybody's permission to grow, let's say, strawberries or blueberries or other kinds of crops. He could do that and pump all the water he wants. Am I correct or am I wrong in that? So really what I need to know is he using less water with the cannabis than he would with other crops, or other crops use more water than the cannabis?
The first part of your question, about whatever crop if it's a different crop, they could grow whatever they want and pump as much as they want. I can't answer that because I don't know. But related to the hydrogeology, the duty of water of cannabis, which has been reported by these growers, and I know that they're trying to push their duty of water again, acre feet of water per acre irrigated, trying to push it downward. But I don't think there's really good solid data for that. But in terms of the numbers that I've seen are in the range from 2 to 2.5 feet to 3 feet acre feet per acre. A lot of crops grow that similar amount. Now, something if they're growing 5 cuttings of alfalfa a year, that might be using more. That might be using closer to 3.5 or 4 acre feet per acre. But most of the crops that are growing in the valley have crop water uses in that range of 2 feet, on the order of 2 feet, and except for grapes, which are grapes because of shooting for concentration of juices in the grapes, they tend to under irrigate them, or what they call deficit irrigate them, and they're generally more in the range of 1.5 feet or a foot per acre feet per acre for crop water demand, irrigation water demand, in addition to the effective precipitation that falls in the winter.
Okay, well, that raises a question for staff, and they can answer it later when they respond to the appellants and the public testimony. But I'm just curious to know, and I don't think it's a difficult question to answer. Are there other crops that could be grown without the permission of the county that will use more water than the cannabis? And that may be a question for my 4th district commissioner, since he knows a lot more about farming and water use than I do. But it's kind of I'm not going to get into the legality of who has use of the water under the river Does Mr. Pence have more entitlement to it than the applicant? I don't know. I just need to know what other crops would use in comparison to cannabis. Obviously, if cannabis uses a lot more water, that would give me pause. If it uses less or the same amount, I have less pause. And that's not to say there's other reasons that I might want not to favor the project, but it doesn't seem to me that anybody's given me any evidence where water is a viable issue.
Is Mr. Parkin still available?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There you are. Wow. So it comes back to water. So, to move things along with Commissioner Blau there, we all know whatever different crops, different soils, different climate, different topography is gonna have different water demands. What time of year you're growing the crop, what cycle you're trying to go. So my experience is grapes are about 1.2 acre feet. Mr. McCord kind of went on both sides of that, so that's close. And then veg crops are a couple acre feet. If it's and strawberries can be 3 acre feet if it's in real light ground. But what you're saying is different than what traditional agriculture does, right? So we have overlying rights to the water to grow crops that are beneficial. That's the California statute, right? Mm-hmm. So what I think you're saying is, yes, but cannabis was taken out of that segment, and there's a different ordinance or something put in by the state with regards to the use of water for cannabis? Or are you not advancing that?
Bill, that's more the legal issue, so I'll pass that.
Yeah, I mean, the state had, done a program EIR on cannabis and found that water is a significant issue. And the State Water Resources Control Board issued a general order that basically says that surface water for certain portions of the year should not be used in these situations. So what Dr. McCord is connecting for you is this notion that this groundwater, and mind you, there's another well being added here. So it's not, there's already 2 wells on the property that have been used historically, but we're adding another well. And that there's a connection between that groundwater and the river. And so I think that's the factual data that we're providing and the factual analysis we're providing to you. That was not analyzed in the program, in the county's program, EIR, and therefore it can't be overlooked here. And, I understand the desire to look at agricultural crops in general and say, could someone plant something else? And we're not going to look, we wouldn't necessarily be approving anything. But the reality is cannabis has its own regulatory structure, both at the state and local level. And it's a slightly different animal. And we're putting in a new well for this project with, 6 water tanks. And so we do question whether or not it's an apples and oranges comparison to historical use on this property. But be that as it may, that's the analysis that's missing from this particular application. And Dr. McCord is eminently qualified to render an opinion about that. And I think provides the only evidence before you about water usage associated with this project.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
You're muted, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'll talk first to Mr. Parkin, because your legal input seems to be that the County Planning Commission should somehow take into account the state water board's finding, regulation, whatever it is, and not leave enforcement to the state water board. Is that essentially correct?
Well, what I'm saying is that the county, you know, and I know this is a subject that's been bandied about a lot about the program EIR in the county, but the reality is that the program EIR doesn't address this issue. And when you look at the program EIR, it says when there are site-specific issues that aren't accounted for here, those will be looked at the project level. And so we're saying this needs to be looked at this project level, that the county can't simply say that the State Water Resources Control Board is going to enforce its own general order, because it may not. And so the reality is that there's a specific impact pertaining to this project related to the groundwater surface water connection. And again, the importance of that too is not only just water and the health of the river, but there are sensitive species, including steelhead, in the river. So dewatering the river is a huge concern. And the program EIR talks about the applicants proving that they have the water. And we're saying that because of the state's order, that there's no right to that river water during these certain times of year when cannabis is going to be irrigated, or water is going to be used for cannabis. And so that's our position.
Okay, I'm still not clear on what kind of regulation it is. You're referring to it as a general order. So
the general order from the State Water Resources Control Board, they issue these general orders. And so that's the order associated with cannabis. But again, in terms of the county's responsibility, I'm not asking the county to enforce the state's orders. What I'm saying is that the county can't not look at that impact. And that is the key piece of this here, is that the county can't simply just ignore the impact because there is an impact, as Dr. McCord testified, associated with the river.
I might add that the particulars of the order is that you can't divert surface water from December 15th until March 31st. So basically the diversion season is a non-diversion season is April 1st through December 15th. And then there's some certain special years, maybe when from October 15th to December 15th, you could divert. But that's up to the discretion of the water boards. But the general window of time is only from December 15th to March 31st. And that's why in some of my analyses, I looked at diverting over a 105-day season to represent that diversion, permissible diversion season.
So, Mr. McCord, you know what you're asking us to do, and what the appellant is asking us to do, is analyze all these water issues, and water being used currently, water being used if additional cannabis is planted, and in the context of the State Water Board's general order. We're gonna confine our concern to the warm half of the year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we somehow, I think it follows, the argument is that we can't approve this cannabis application without taking into account what the plan is for diversion during the summer months. You're nodding yes. That's your testimony. Okay. I think I have it. I appreciate that you have taken on the task of showing there is some connection between the wells proposed by the applicant and the impact on the neighboring property and the impact on the river, in fact. So the factual basis may be there. I'm questioning what our planning commission is able to do about that in terms of reviewing the application. Thank you.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, well, this is probably Mr. Parkin. I'm having a great difficulty digesting the fact that you're telling me that the surface water can't be used according to the state water rules, but tell me what water that's in the aquifer below the surface that didn't come from surface flows. I mean, I think for me, I'm having a real stretch to try and believe that it was the intent of the state to not let you use groundwater that was created by surface flows going across the land and it gets filtered down into the groundwater. That's how all the groundwater gets there, whether it be from a river, from rain, from streams, from creeks. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's the way the aquifer gets built. So to say you can't use the aquifer because it was created by surface flows, I don't think that's what the state rules were intended to say. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, I don't think that's true. And Dr. McCord can speak to, aquifers and connectivity to surface water, but here we're showing connectivity to surface water. And the state doesn't want those connections to be broken or to have water taken from groundwater that basically robs the surface water.
Show me where there's groundwater that builds up that's not from the surface flows of water. I mean, that's the only way you get water in the ground is if it rains or you put a river across it and it filters down into the groundwater.
Well, I'd let Dr. McCord speak to this because I'm not a qualified hydrologist, but I do know as a general rule that groundwater, there's sometimes direct connection and there's connection to surface water and sometimes there's not, but Dr. McCord can elaborate on that. Surface water and sometimes there's not, but Dr. McCord can elaborate on that.
Yeah, groundwater recharge can occur from leakage from streams, from perennial streams or from intermittent tributary streams, but also recharge occurs from diffuse recharge occurs from percolation of rainfall over large areas. And if you, oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. So it doesn't just occur from leakage of streams. And in fact, in many ways, the San Ynez River is kind of the sump on the whole system for the whole valley. That's the drain. And so when you start pumping, upgrading of that, you're robbing water that would otherwise be draining into the river. And the one of the first law of hydrology that I like to say is, and I think all of us know it, is water flows downhill. And so if the groundwater levels are higher than the stream elevation, well, that means that the flow directions are toward the river and it's not being recharged by the river. Now, I do understand that in the particular case of the San Ynez River, that the river alluvium is kind of viewed as a reservoir unto itself. And they do releases from Bradbury Dam, from Kachuma to recharge, to basically to meet surface water rights that surface water rights holders have when they're pumping their wells. They release water from Kachuma, infiltrates into the river. So in that context, Commissioner Blau, you're correct that recharge in that alluvium is largely from the river, but there's also upgrading inflows from the upland areas as well that contribute to that groundwater.
Thank you.
Commissioner Park?
This is just a follow up on that, because I got to tell you what I get hung up on, and maybe some of the other commissioners do. Just in the normal use of the English language, when we think of surface waters, it's waters we could see, it's water we could jump into. it moves pretty fast, and especially in a real stormy season, and it'll just dump from a drainage right into the San Ynez River in that local area. And when you talk about the recharge from Lake Cachuma, that's what you get. You get a surface flow that's dumped into the river and then it goes down. But here you're using the term surface waters, and it must have a different meaning, more of a technical meaning under state regulations. And then you talk about it sucking water out of these pumps, which are several hundred feet down. It's robbing the river of water that might get there at some time. So my question for you is, well, how long does it take to migrate from, this property 6,000 to 7,000 feet away to the river? And is this a matter of robbing underground flow that would eventually get there, or are we literally creating some sort of a low pressure area like you do when you're drilling oil, and it will actually cause kind of a reverse flow? Can you answer that question, Mr. McCord?
Yeah, and in the report itself, I do have some cartoon schematic diagrams to show the evolution of capture of stream water. So it's a combination. It's really a combination of the two. It's capture of water that might be recharging the aquifer, as well as when the water levels drop lower than the stream flow, it's starting to pull water out of the river itself. And I forget your first question.
Well, it was just that when you use the term surface water, you're using a sort of a technical term from state regulations as opposed to what most people think of as surface water.
Well, I prefer to say a legal term because, and it's very unique to California.
Yeah.
How they consider surface water and connected groundwater, and I've worked a lot. Well, a lot of my work around the world has been in Colorado and New Mexico and other Intermountain West states where they recognize I don't know if you remember your earth science class in 8th grade or 9th grade, the hydrologic cycle, where everything's connected. And in some states, they recognize the full connection. In California, they kind of draw a bright line, and it makes it. I just like to focus on the hydrogeology and the physics of it. So it's not a technical physical thing. It's a legal thing.
That's I was being charitable. Yeah, I get it. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney, did you have anything further?
No, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Blau, you good too? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back to the applicant's presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're back on the air.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Mr. Singer, there was quite a bit of dialogue there between the appellant and the commissioners, and I didn't know if you had any comments you'd like to interject at this time.
Mr. Chair, I have a number of comments. I'm happy to either give some of them now or wait until the end. Whatever you would prefer, I'm fine with.
If you're ready, why don't we go ahead?
Sure, happily. So a number of comments. First, I'll go back to Commissioner Park's kind of questions about CTS. We, in the meantime, had a chance to pull up some information about breeding pond locations. There's nothing directly upstream of this. Again, there are a number of known or potential within the broader area, but no recognized or as either actual sited or highly likely breeding ponds upstream of this property. Answering Commissioner Blau's question about
Mr.
kind of
Singer,
other
one
crops.
second. We wanted to bring up a graphic for Commissioner Park. 1 second.
Of course.
There we go.
So the project site is the area in yellow. The areas in red, I believe, are the confirmed known breeding pond areas.
Great. Thank you, Ben.
And answering Commissioner Blau's question that, Mr. Chair, you had helped to answer as well. The planning department does not permit other agricultural products in general. There are any number of different crops that can use significantly more water than cannabis. Notably in the applicant's water usage memo, they are currently growing organic raspberries on the property that use, their estimate is 3 acre-feet per acre, which is higher than the number that they're giving for their cannabis usage. And if this project was denied, they could reasonably use this area to continue and expand that cultivation, which would be a significantly greater usage of water. Answering some of the other general water concerns, this project was both reviewed by the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and received the notice of applicability for the project. That includes their review, their acknowledgement that the project meets their requirements thus far. And the project is conditioned, it's condition number 19 of attachment B to comply with the state water general order. Additionally, it's the state's jurisdiction to determine whether a water well is pumping surface water or groundwater, not the jurisdiction of the county. That is the answers that I have for various questions and comments thus far, and I'll be happy to provide more as they arise.
Very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Singer. Okay, now we would move to the applicant.
Good morning, Chair Farini and commissioners. My name is Eva Turnchok and I'm the land use consultant for the El Dorado team. We want to start off by saying that we think staff did a great job on the appeal issues and summarizing the project. So our general presentation will be brief, and then we do have a short presentation from Jordan Keir, our project hydrologist, to answer some of the items that were brought up earlier. Additionally, we do have our project biologist, Tamara Klug, and our attorney, Doug Wance, here available for any questions that your commission may have. Also with us today, we have Kevin and Ryan Cruz, the property owners and the applicants for the project. And we're going to go ahead and start with a short introduction from Kevin. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, there we go. Yep.
Yeah, I'm good. Good morning, Chair Farini and members of the commission. Thank you for this opportunity to present our project to you today. We'd also like to share our appreciation for the hard work the county staff has put into this project and in this hearing. My name is Kevin Cruz and I live here in Santa Barbara. I am representing my family and our family farm. While recently purchasing our farm in May of 2020, we're extremely proud of what we've been able to accomplish on the farm so far. The cannabis project that is before you is but a modest component of the farming operation that seeks to maximize the agricultural productivity of this site. Approximately 70% of our property contains certified organic raspberries, lavender fields, and seasonal row crops, and cattle grazing. Our family's agricultural roots go back for over 100 years in California. We had 5 generations of farming and livestock experience that has resulted in successful cultivation, processing, and manufacturing of agricultural products for livestock, pets, and human consumption. While your denial of this appeal, our family will be able to utilize our agriculture experience and expertise to move this exciting project forward and into this new industry. Again, thank you for your time and consideration of our project. With that, I will hand this off to our consultant team's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next slide, please. I think you've seen this a few times already, but I want to just touch on the very uniquely situated site for this project. As you can see, the property is surrounded by agriculture and open space. This is exactly the kind of thing I think was being envisioned when the cannabis ordinance was written. Additionally, the long, thin shape of the property and the natural valley in the back allows us to tuck the cannabis far away, so it will not be seen. We're just under a half mile from Highway 246. And as has been discussed, we're just over 2 miles from the city of Buellton. So this, from a location standpoint, is an ideal location for this kind of project. Next slide, please. As Kevin mentioned, the property is currently a working farm. It has been farmed and ranched for decades before the Cruz family purchased it, and they will continue that. Currently, there are raspberries, lavender, several acres of seasonal crops, and longhorn cattle on the property. Next slide, please. This map shows us the makeup of the current and proposed agriculture on the property. Of the 183 acres, only 35 acres will be under cannabis, or will be cannabis crops, with the secure cannabis area coming in at just under 50 acres. This is just over 27% of the site, with the remainder remaining in lavender, raspberries, crops, and the grazing operations. Next slide, please. As we're coming in towards the end of the CAP, we have had the opportunity to watch your commission deliberate on other projects, and that has allowed us to design a project that is sensitive to some of the issues that we've seen you prioritize. The proposed cannabis is a small percentage of the overall site, and all cannabis will be removed for off-site processing on the day of harvest. Additionally, the project meets or exceeds all required and recently requested setbacks by your commission for other cannabis projects. This includes a minimum of 50-foot setback from the property lines, and in many cases, significantly further, with us being over 2,400 feet from Highway 246. Additionally, our closest cannabis plants will be just over 200 feet from the closest vineyards on the Pence property. And our cannabis will be between 2,000 and 2,400 feet from Mr. Pence's residence, guest house, and the proposed tasting room. Next slide, please. Again, we agree with staff that this project has been adequately and exhaustively reviewed and found to be consistent with all applicable county policies as well as CEQA. And staff has done a great job detailing that and addressing all of the appeal issues in their presentation. It seems like in many cases, Mr. Pence and his attorney are taking issue with the PEIR, but the time to challenge that document has long passed. And in fact, the PEIR has survived a legal challenge. I do want to speak briefly to biology and water use today. Mr. Pence and his attorney have provided you with an exhibit showing multiple instances of California tiger salamander breeding ponds. I think this has been clarified, but we just wanted to reiterate, we don't know where that exhibit came from, but our biologists did review the CNDDB database after the appellant's letter came in and confirmed that there are just those 2 ponds within 5 miles of the property. And just more importantly, those are the 2 ponds we have been discussing with U.S. Fish and Wildlife as part of our consultation with them as part of our permits. Further, it is, we feel, a bit disingenuous for the appellant to state that the project is relying solely on a take permit, allowing a certain number of tiger salamander deaths. Our conditions of approval clearly require all necessary approvals from both U.S. Fish and Wildlife and CDFW prior to issuance. This includes compliance with 35 avoidance and mitigation measures in the general conservation plan created by U.S. Fish and Wildlife specifically for the protection of tiger salamander during cultivation. As your commission knows, the consultation process is lengthy, and having a condition that requires this to be completed prior to issuance is common. This is not deferred mitigation. This is compliance with federal environmental laws, which is an appropriate mitigation under CEQA. There also seems to be some confusion in the appellant's material between the illegal cannabis operation run by the previous property owner and the proposed legally permitted operation before you today. It is important to note that the photos of the site included in the appellant's materials were taken shortly after the Cruz family acquired the property and reflect the conditions left by the previous owner. Additionally, with regards to things like odor and other impacts, the previous operation was not regulated in any way. It is unclear if product was, plants were cut and left to dry for weeks. We know for a fact that their irrigation system was certainly not best management practice. They were still using sprinklers. And so all of those things will be addressed as part of this legally permitted operation. And lastly, the cannabis cultivation will not require any oak tree removal. All oak trees will be protected as a result of proposed fencing, as well as the strategic location of cultivation areas and hoops. Next slide, please. From a water use perspective, the project will replace acres and acres of traditional crops such as peppers, hay, and feed grass with low water using cannabis. Again, we've discussed this, or you've discussed this already this morning, but I do want to reiterate. The result of the proposed project will be a decrease in water use of approximately 115 acre-feet per year. This is a significant reduction, and it's achieved not just through changes in crops, but also improvements in operations, including, as I mentioned earlier, pivoting from the previously used sprinklers to drip irrigation. The number of storage tanks and available water supply does not equate to more water use. These are simply a reflection of the decades of farming experience held by the Cruz family and their desire to have redundant systems in case of failure. In addition to proposing a significant reduction in water use, the project is located within the Santa Ynez River Valley groundwater basin, which is actively managed by the City of Buellton, the Water Conservation District, and the county. And while their final management plan has not yet been released, recent reports from the county do show that water levels in this portion of the basin have been historically stable and sustainable. Next slide, please. At this point, we'll just take a couple of minutes to clarify the use of the project wells, or the property wells. The project will be served by 3 wells in different capacities, 2 existing wells and the 1 proposed well. Existing well number 1, which is at the southern end of the property by the ranch house, will be used for the nursery and the security and distribution building, as well as for the fire suppression tank. It will also continue to be used for the lavender, raspberries, row crops, and grazings, as it is today. Existing well 2 will be shifted to be a backup well for the cannabis cultivation and will also continue to be used for grazing. And then proposed well 3 will be used for irrigating the proposed outdoor cultivation. Again, this new well is part of the Cruz's implementation of best management practices and redundancy in their farming operations. I will now hand over the presentation to our project hydrologist, Jordan Keir. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Eva. I appreciate the introduction. What you're seeing on the screen now is a portion of actually 4 geologic maps that show the surface expression of the geology in the area. As if we can click, please, through this, you'll see the property boundary approximately. They're outlined in red. And importantly, next click, the delineament between, please click again, and again, the Buellton Uplands portion of the Santa Ynez River groundwater basin and the Santa Ynez River alluvial portion of the basin. This is a distinct line between this flowing channel of groundwater within the Santa Ynez River alluvial portion and the percolating groundwater within the Buellton Uplands. Now, the importance here is that the river flows in that modern channel, the light gray QG formation, whereas the QA is also alluvium that tends to be more connected to that, but importantly is very thin to negligibly present along that blue line between the 2 portions of this basin. And that's important because, please click, that well 1 is located pretty much near that boundary, Click again. Well, just further to the north, well within the Buellton Uplands area. Click again. And well 3 is proposed to be and permitted to be close to well for redundancy and backup. But what's important about these is that all of these wells, they're relatively deep and they all exhibit characteristics typical of the percolating groundwater within the Buellton Uplands portion of the subbasin. But this is distinctly different from the river alluvium portion, which Mr. McCord so eloquently stated as a reservoir unto itself. Wells within the San Ynez River alluvial portion of the subbasin typically extract groundwater from less than 100 feet of thickness, from quaternary to modern river sands and gravels that transmit water at a very high rate. They're typically in direct continuity with the river, but again, negligibly thin at the margins along that blue line. Wells within that portion of the basin typically produce upwards of 1,000 gallons per minute with less than 100 feet of drawdown and specific capacities, 10 to 25 gallons per minute per foot of drawdown. And none of these on-parcel wells exhibit these characteristics. Now, in the Buellton Uplands, by contrast, the oldest alluvium is included, but Paso Robles Formation clays and gravels, Arriaga Formation sands, which importantly are very fine of interference or extraction. Those formations are up to 1,000 feet thick on average, where these wells are drilled. Typically, they produce a few hundred gallons per minute with on the order of 100 gallons per minute of drawdown. A very much slower transmissivity or speed limit for that percolating groundwater. And that's an important distinction because these 3 wells all exhibit groundwater characteristics of the Buellton Uplands, percolating groundwater within the basin. It's not part of the alluvial portion of the basin. It's not part of the known and defined channel that would represent the State Water Resources Control Board's definition of surface water under the influence of groundwater. We've done several aquifer tests in this area and have determined even within that alluvial basin, there's a very limited to negligible to even unmeasurable, not unmodelable. Modeling and measuring are not the same thing. Unmeasurable effect of groundwater pumping on the San Ynez River flowing groundwater. Please click again. This is the distance between some of these portions, and just click through the slide quickly, please. 3,243 feet from the river, 1.5 miles from the river, very distant. We have wells much closer that are operated legally with blessing of the State Water Resources Control Board for cannabis operations in this area at much closer, much more well-measured and well-monitored distances to the river without negative effect. Next slide. Just to summarize some of these, within the alluvium, no on-parcel well meets these criteria, whereas in the uplands portion of the basin, all of the on-parcel wells meet these criteria. It's important to note that these wells will be extracting groundwater and do extract groundwater from the percolating groundwater system within the Buellton Upland sub-basin of the San Ynez River groundwater basin. Thank you. I'll pass it along.
Thank you, Jordan. That actually completes our presentation, unless the commission has any questions for myself or Jordan or any other members of the project team.
Okay, Commissioner Blau, you have a question. Unmute then.
No, I'm not sure who the question belongs to, but Mr. Pence and his appeals, one of the issues that concerns me greatly is the odor migration from the cannabis operation to his vineyard, his wine tasting room, and so forth. And I don't think I'm confused, but I think a lot of the prior odors that were a detriment to his operation came from the illegal grow. So tell me what the difference is between that grow and your grow. So convince me that you have greatly reduced or eliminated the odor migration from your site to Mr. Pence's operation?
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. So we were not fully understanding the extent of the previous illegal grow, but there are certain things that we do know. We do know they were processing on site. We know that contributes to odor significantly. We will not be processing on site. We assume, given the amount of odor that was experienced, that they were probably cutting cannabis crops and letting it dry on site ahead of processing. We are being required, well, we're proposing to remove cannabis within 24 hours of harvest. So those are the two areas where you see the significant odor. And we expect that the way that we will be operating will significantly reduce that. There are multiple numbers of acreage that were being grown with the illegal operation. We're not sure what they are, but they range from 35 to 70, and I've even heard 100 acres. We are at 35 acres, so at worst will be the exact same amount. It seems like we'll probably be significantly less. And again, we're locating the cannabis in this natural valley. It's hard to see from the maps we've seen, but topographically, there's a significant elevation difference between the two properties. And the the offshore winds tend to go towards the east. And so generally, we actually think this operation will have very little odor impact on the Pence property, the way we've designed it.
So, and just to follow up a little bit, your nursery that you're growing call them baby plants. I don't know what the right term is. I'm not a farmer, but I guess you call them seedlings, right? Yep. Is that in, do I have any concern about odor from the nursery as it's going to be relocated and redesigned?
No, there should be no odor coming from the nursery.
Okay. Those are my only questions for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Back to the nursery. So that's going to be a greenhouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and there's no odor control plan for the greenhouse?
There is no odor control plan for the greenhouse. There will be no processing happening in that building.
Okay, and then as you stated, it should have no effect on the Pence property to the west as far as smell, and I know he vehemently disagrees with you. Yes. So how far is your closest grow from Pence's, any building on the Pence property?
Yeah, if we can put up our presentation again, I can go to that exhibit. That we are about 2,400 feet from his home, which is actually, I think the furthest structure. The proposed tasting room, which has not yet been built, I believe is the closest structure, and that one's 20. I can't actually see it. It's not very good quality. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go down to our last slide because we have this a little bit bigger, knowing this question might come up. Oh. Yeah, this is a little bit bigger. So we're 2,252 feet from the proposed tasting room, 2,346 from the existing guest home, and 2,458 from the existing residence.
Oh, okay, and so all of the cultivation area is the lime green then, right?
Correct, yeah. And you can see these dark lines that we've shown to each of those structures.
And then that's 419 feet from the equestrian center is your grow?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and had you given any consideration about having a little bit more buffer between the Pence property and your grows? So in other words, moving your grows just a little bit east, so they didn't seem in such tight proximity to your neighbor?
Well, as you'll see, we are the 50 feet away for all of it. But as you see in the front end, we're actually significantly further away. There is a main road that kind of bisects the property. That road is existing there and part of the ongoing farm operation. And so there's not really an opportunity to move. And also as we go to the east, that's all steeper, undisturbed oak woodland, which is where the grazing is occurring. So it would be difficult to shift everything over.
And
But
then,
we did try to have further setbacks from that western property line at the front of it, which is closer to the Pence operations.
gotcha. And then is this all hoop or is it hoop and open?
It is all hoop, yes.
All, and will your plastic be down certain times of the year?
Right? Yeah, it does. It gets taken down in the winter time.
In the winter. So after your fall harvest, then they come down?
Yep.
And then will your plants be grown in the soil or will they be grown in media, in pods?
They'll have parts of it will be both.
Parts
will be in the soil. Yeah, parts will be both. We'll have both in the ground and in media.
Okay, very good. And then where will your fertilizer and chemicals be stored?
It's hard to see on here, but it is generally in the area to the west of the nursery, between the nursery and the road. Yep.
Okay. So the thing you did bring up in your presentation that concerns me as well is that you talked about prevailing wind would be pushing the smells eastward. And, we have the city of Buellton who has submitted a letter and they're really not interested in receiving more smells. And that's a large community.
Yes.
Have you proposed anything? Have you thought of anything to help alleviate the pain that they're going to suffer?
So we have a couple of things, again, based on that location slide I talked through. The cultivation area is in a natural valley, so it will be lower than the rest of the property. And then I don't know if we want to go back to the third slide of our presentation, but you can see topographically there's huge elevation differences between us and the city of Buellton, and we're 2.24 miles away from the city of Buellton. So although the prevailing winds go in that direction, and then if you look at where the cannabis is, it's tucked in the back of the property, which is the top of the parcel that's outlined here. We just think it's going to be minimal impact to the city of Buellton from this particular operation.
They don't concur with what you think.
I agree. I understand that.
And this is an LUP, and I think it's just very frustrating. I think it's very unfair to everybody involved. But it would be nice to see some goodwill expressed from you and your group that you would be willing somehow, if it does show up that you're exuding your unwelcome odors on others, do you have a plan, or are you just going to stand there and say, no, it's our right and we don't care?
Well, it's not that we're saying it's our right and we don't care. It's that we truly believe that there's not going to be an impact based on the location of the cannabis and the topography, and the fact that we are not processing on site and we're removing product within 24 hours. We truly believe our odor impact is going to be negligible.
How long do you think, what's the exposure time for highest odor? When does that occur in this crop cycle?
It'll be about 3 weeks.
3 weeks. And that's
3
the last 3 weeks of the crop.
Twice a year. Yep, 3 weeks.
3 weeks, twice a year. So you're going to plant the whole 37 acres and harvest it as a mono crop.
Correct.
There won't be any phasing where you plant 5 acres a week or 10 acres a week. You're going to plant 37 acres in and out, and we'll only smell it twice a year for 3 weeks at a time.
Correct.
Wow. Then I think your traffic numbers are wrong. I don't see how you're going to be able to harvest 37 acres in a week with that few of parking spaces.
Well, it's in 3 weeks, but
You're going to harvest it in 3 weeks, or it's only going to smell for 3 weeks?
well, the smell is generally at the very end and then during the harvest.
So we're harvesting for 3 weeks.
Is there any data to support that it only smells for 3 weeks? Are there any studies you can point to?
I will have to look into that and get back to you. Not off the top of my head.
Nothing in the presentation that I missed then?
No.
Okay, so it's all kind of hearsay then?
I think it's what people are experiencing too. You sense, I think the number of odor complaints go up when people are harvesting. That's when people are smelling the operation. There's plenty of times when you can be standing in a cannabis field in the middle of the growing season and you don't smell anything.
What I think I hear from more people the opposite. I don't hear 3 weeks. I hear that they're saying that there's continual harvest, the rotating planting schedule, and it's really months. And I don't, like I say, I don't think you have to do anything, but I think it would be good for you guys to anticipate that the smell problem is not going to go away, and you'll probably you'll get through here, but I don't know. I think it's really a tough spot to be in, and I don't know. Okay, Commissioner Cooney.
Commissioner Freeney, I don't want to step out of turn here if you're going to finish your thoughts, or are you?
I'm a little flustered right now, so I think you better take
over. Okay. So, Ms. Turnchuk, I thought I read that there would be 3 harvests per year, and you're telling me today, you're telling the commission and the public there'll be only 2 per year?
Yeah, the permit includes up to 3 because we want to be able to operate that way if the conditions are right. But the general intent is that there will be 2 per year.
That's really an ambiguous answer. Your permit allows you to do 3. You don't intend to, but the county isn't going to have any ability to make you stick to 2. So
no, correct. And we are requesting 3 as part of the permit, but for operational purposes, it'll likely be 2.
Well, I don't think that's much use, but let me ask my first question. Based on your slide you had up, the last slide you called it, showing the property, can you show the area that will be planted in cannabis to begin with, at least, and the area you called 50 acres of potential cannabis growing?
Okay, can someone put that slide back up? So there's 2 numbers here and it's confusing. The total number of plant area that will be cultivated is 35 acres. The 50-acre number refers to the secure fenced perimeter of the cannabis cultivation, and it's something that's required to be spelled out in the licensing documents. So that's why there's that distinction. But there will not be more than 35 acres of cannabis growing on the parcel. So everything that you see in the lime green is area that will be cultivated. The roads that you kind of see, or the spaces you see in between them, the main portion of the road in that area, the whole area where the nursery, the security office, and the employee parking will be, all of that is how you get from the 35 to the 50 acres.
Okay, I know you because we're remote and not in person, you can't specifically point out to me
I can't, yeah.
50 acres, but what are the green areas to the left and to the right of the cultivation area? What are those? Do they have anything to do with the cannabis operation?
These lime green areas or the more like yellowish green areas? Where the cursor is right now, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the, that's very steep, goes up, and that's where the cattle graze. That's not part of the cannabis operation.
No, I didn't think so. What I'm talking about are the colors that are the same as what you've labeled cultivation area. There are 4 other areas. What are those?
Those are all, that color designates all the cultivation area.
Okay, so that long stretch of 5 growing areas separated by roads are all in the growing area.
Correct.
Okay. So that's why you have the black lines extending across to the Pence property, is because you're growing cannabis at the end of those black lines.
Correct.
Okay. So the distance between the lowest, or I guess the leftmost on this diagram, cannabis area to the Pence equestrian center is a little over 400 feet.
Correct.
And that's the least distance you've diagrammed on this diagram, right?
To structures, yes.
To structures. Okay, thank you.
And I don't see any other questions from the commissioners. So does staff have anything they'd like to add?
Mr. Chair, I don't think we have anything to add.
Oh, I had one minor thing to add that you had mentioned that I believe may help clear things up, which is you had expressed concerns that they did not have enough parking if they were doing it kind of in a concentrated period of time. But the proposed project includes shuttling in the temporary workers. So the parking areas is not so much emblematic of the number of people, so much as the required parking for that acreage of hoop structures. They will in fact be using a third-party shuttle service to bring in their seasonal workers.
So, Mr. Singer, what happens if parking does become an issue and they have overflow? Do you have any oversight on that through planning and development, or?
Chair Freeney, yes, through the permit compliance, there is some amount of oversight that we have on that, as well as through permit compliance. If they are not complying with their permit, which explicitly states that third-party shuttle service will be used for seasonal workers, that would be something that we could, have oversight over and work with them and take action on.
Okay, I know it's it's long before you came on board here, but we had a lot of a winery or tasting room type projects come before us, and it was a different group of commissioners than before you today, but there was a lot of concern there on the applicant tracking their parking and tracking the use of these vans, and this carpooling, if you will. Do you have anything like that? Any thoughts on how you could put something to use on a project like this? Perhaps you guys could huddle on that for me while we're in public comment and come back.
Mr. Chair, could I get a clarification on the question? So are you asking about actually tracking the number of trips for the overall project and where the origins are and destinations are?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dargle. So what I heard is that, the parking is set by the number of acres. And so that's 72 spaces. And that it shouldn't be a problem anyway because they're using vans or buses or something. And that's already been discussed. And so what I'm interested in hearing is there a way that under compliance, we can ask them to keep a log that should we receive complaints, that someone from enforcement could go ask to see their logs on how many parking spaces they're using a day, how many employees use the shuttle system. Just a form they fill out every day, a log page, log book.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, that is something that could be included in the STDMP for the project, and that would be enforced through permit compliance.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bradley?
I'm sorry, there was a question that I had. There's a lot of focus on the Northern Grow area in relation to the Pence's equestrian facility. And I guess the equestrian ranch has, for the Pence family, has the vineyard and the tasting room area and an equestrian area. So is that always, this is actually a question for staff. In our code, is an ag use, does it have a subservient use of equestrian facilities as a pleasure for the owner, or can it be public, or is that how we permit equestrian facilities for either renting or riding or whatever? My question is, that's kind of a secondary land use to the winery, and I'm wondering how our code deals with that. I probably should have asked this earlier. I apologize. It just came up.
Commissioner Bradley, are you asking if there's a difference between a commercial equestrian center versus a personal use equestrian center and the permitting requirements?
Well, probably. Yeah, that probably is the question.
Okay.
I mean, a ranch like this, a personal equestrian facility is I would think would go along with the function of a ranch. Commercial is what, something that requires a CUP?
We'll look that up. It does require a permit. I'm not sure if it's a CUP, but we'll double check real quick.
Thanks.
Yep.
And Mr. Singer, I'm not sure if we cut you off there. Did you have anything else to add?
No, though I am looking up an answer to Commissioner Bradley's question. We'll hopefully have an answer soon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
There's always a stumper.
All right. Well, then I think we can move to a public comment and then move to lunch. Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, no, my question is for staff and county council specifically, and I can ask it after public comment. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a total of 5 speakers for this item. Our first speaker will be Jack Motter, to be followed by Mark Chatillo.
Okay, and I'd like to remind the speakers that our time allotted for each speaker is 3 minutes today.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Kind of.
Can everybody? Kind of?
Well, you have a bad connection.
Uh-oh. Is it getting any better?
That's better.
Just go.
Okay. Hello, Chair Farini and fellow commissioners. My name is Jack Motter, and I'm speaking today in support of the El Dorado project. This project consists of a great group of operators with experience and a long track record of being good stewards of agricultural lands, as well as previous experience and success in other agricultural ventures. I have visited this property many times and feel its layout serves a cannabis project very well. The cultivated acreage is far up the canyon, away from the highway, out of public view, and contains sufficient surrounding buffer with the topography and layout of the canyon. It's a diverse agricultural property, a working farm, utilizing all productive acreage on site. Cannabis is a small but critical component for success of the multifaceted operation. And to me, it seems like this is exactly what the county envisioned for cannabis cultivation, a large parcel with a comparatively small cultivation footprint. I ask you to please deny the appeal and approve the project. Thanks for your time, and thanks for all the effort on this, the commissioners and the staff. It's all appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motter.
Our next speaker will be Mark Chatillo, to be followed by Nancy Emerson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Mark Chatillo. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. We support the appeal, and we ask that you uphold it and deny the project, or at the very least, direct additional analysis to perfect the project description so it's more clear, to address odor transmission issues, to address the Buellton concerns, and to evaluate the water supply question. Odor in Buellton has been a fact of life this summer. There's been a number of instances where odor has been observed throughout the 246 corridor and in Buellton. The vagaries in the project description, I think, create issues that indicate the commission needs to better condition this project. The distinction between 2 or 3 harvests a year matters. The number of people and how quickly harvests will occur and whether staggering will occur matters a lot. The claim that elevation will solve an odor problem is completely wrong. We've seen from West Coast across the road, the lower elevation clearly blows odors into Buellton, and significantly the labor shortfall that has been experienced there has prevented them from harvesting that entire 50-acre parcel. And indeed, if you look at it now, it is clearly being grown with different strains in a patchwork fashion. Harvests are occurring over a protracted period of time, and odor is being received in Buellton, and that's clearly the justification and the reason for Buellton's objection to this project. The winds in this area are diurnal. You have early morning calm winds that come from the east and will go from the project to the adjacent Pence parcel, and then later in the day, when westerly winds come in, it blows it over into Buellton. Lastly, on the topic of water, the state board's order is cannabis specific, and it prevents the use of surface flows for cannabis projects.
The fact that other crops could be grown here is not relevant to whether the commission can make the finding that there is adequate legal water supply for this project. The programmatic EIR requires the applicant to make that demonstration, and your commission needs to find that there's water. Mr. McCord's testimony establishes the connection between the groundwater to surface, and this policy prohibits this project from extracting the water supply that they're relying on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We very much appreciate your taking these issues seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Titillo.
Our next speaker will be Nancy Emerson, to be followed by Teresa Riley.
Good morning, Commissioner Farini and members of the commission. I'm speaking on behalf of We Watch, Nancy Emerson. As you know, we've been very concerned about the effect of cannabis being grown west of Buellton on Buellton. And I can now tell you that even though the city of Buellton, Solvang, has not yet started sending you letters, there were reports of odor this fall in Solvang. So it's getting worse. This business of the fourth well appearing when nothing was in the staff report really concerned me. It may be a replacement well, but there was no way of knowing that. And my first thought was that if they're substituting cannabis cultivation for other plants, water use on this property, they're saying, will be significantly reduced. So where is the justification for needing a deep well that pumps a lot of water? The other thing I wanted to comment, and you know we generally comment on lighting, is that we do appreciate the 10-foot poles in the valley. That's going to help. They're planning to use a measurement of Kelvin for the bulbs in the fixtures, and we would ask that they use 3,000, which will protect the wildlife corridor that exists there. We are also concerned when we hear about greenhouses. As you know, back in 2020, there was a project with a large greenhouse, and we gave you some detailed information at that time about how you evaluate what are called light deprivation systems. Blackout curtains is another term. And the need to be very careful in the choice of those, how they're installed and how they're maintained if you're going to prevent light trespass off the site and particularly into the sky. So there are a lot of reasons for concern about this project. I'm not going to go into all of them except to say we hope you will look very carefully before you deny the appeal. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker will be Teresa Riley, to be followed by Ted Fox.
Hello, thank you for hearing my comments. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have many concerns about this project, but I will focus on the problem of odor. I've lived for over 30 years in the San Ynez Valley, raised 3 children, and have taught at the local schools. I am now semi-retired and living in a senior living community in Western Buellton, where I'm involved with local organizations such as We Watch, Nature Track, the Buellton Senior Center, and various Buellton City projects promoting arts and culture and outdoor recreation. All of these efforts are being undermined by the increasing stench and the respiratory irritation caused by cannabis cultivation surrounding our area. In 2021, for the past 6 months, we have been subjected to the irritation and odor from multiple harvests. For the past 6 weeks, it has been a daily occurrence. saturating the area such that I must keep my windows closed, avoid going in my yard or neighborhood, the parks, and the businesses. It pervades the playing fields and the classrooms at Hanada and Oak Valley schools, and the outdoor areas of Industrial Way and Avenue of the Flags. El Dorado Gardens will add 35 more acres of open-air cultivation just west of the city, where those odors are poised to drift further with the prevailing west winds. And they sink down into the lowlands in the evenings as the plants emit their VOCs, which settle into our neighborhoods like a smothering blanket. Odor abatement plans must be required for Ag 2 grows, especially near urban and residential areas. Last year, the worst offender was Central Coast Ag. An OAP was required because of their CUP EDRN status, and it appears to be working. Thank you. But all of the other Ag 2 farms within 2 to 3 miles of town are free to pollute the air, ruin our quality of life, while our elected county officials continue to choose profit over people. Solutions to odor must be found before any more farms are permitted. Please address this in the Pence appeal of the El Dorado Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Ted Fox, to be followed. We do have one telephone speaker, it appears now. So before Mr. Fox begins, he did request that we put something on the screen for him, which we have queued up. Very good, thank you. Mr. Fox, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. My name is Ted Fox from the North County Farmers Guild, speaking in support of the El Dorado Gardens project. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Santa Barbara's wine growers for being named the International Wine Region of the Year by Wine Enthusiast magazine, beating out other notable international regions from France, New Zealand, and South Africa. Now, ironically, you can make the case that much of the recent publicity surrounding cannabis growers in Santa Barbara wine country only heightened the awareness of Santa Barbara grown wine in the wine industry's trade publication, helping draw attention to the region for this prestigious award. So on behalf of the Santa Barbara cannabis growers, congratulations and you're welcome. Secondly, let me draw your attention to the infamous 2012 eucalyptus leaves study of terpenes in wine grapes. Most notably, on the very first page and on the top of the second page, it states, another survey of consumers showed that on average, the participants may have a slight preference for the wine spiked with eucalyptus oils as compared to the unspiked wine. And one cluster of the consumers, representing 38% of the respondents, strongly preferred the wine spiked with eucalyptus oils. Let's unpack that. Over half of the consumers surveyed said they preferred the terpene tainted wine to the regular wine. And 4 out of 10 said they strongly preferred it. Yet here today, you have an appellant claiming irreparable harm from having to coexist with a cannabis neighbor. He called us an existential threat. Has cannabis had an impact on Santa Barbara County? No question. But that impact has been a positive one. From filling the shelves of the local food banks during the height of the COVID lockdown to filling the coffers of Santa Barbara's treasury with tax revenue during the pandemic. Now, Chairman Farini and Commissioner Park, Chairman Farini, you said that odor, are there any studies regarding odor? Or is it just hearsay? And what about those 3 weeks during harvest? Well, you don't need hearsay. You don't need studies. Both of you were firsthand. You have firsthand knowledge when you visited Central Coast Ag during a harvest. And neither one of you detected any smell. So you don't need the studies, you have your firsthand knowledge. But unfortunately, much of the regulation has been based on hearsay. In closing, we support El Dorado Gardens project and we urge the Planning Commission to deny the appeal and rule in favor of El Dorado. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the speaker.
Sure, Commissioner Brightly.
Mr. Fox, is that that article, did you submit that into, I'd just like to read it, not necessarily before the end of today's hearing, but can you submit that to Mr. Villalobos so we can look at it?
Which article are you referring to?
It was on the screen just a minute ago. I'm not sure.
Actually, that was part of the appellate's submittal. It was page 26 and 27. It's
okay.
Infamous, but actually, that's an apples to oranges study. It's eucalyptus leaves and wine grapes. There's a much better study that no one talks about that was conducted by the Santa Rosa Junior College. The name of the study is Growing Cannabis in Wine Country, the Farm Project. And there's an article in the Wine Industry Advisors. The study found there was no impact at all growing hemp directly next to a vineyard.
Thank you.
So that's an apples to apples comparison. And
okay. Thank you. Then that's all. Then I already have that information.
Thank you.
That's it. Never mind. Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker is joining us by phone. Last three digits 357. If that's you, hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Good. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, if you could state your name for the record before you start your comments, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Wayne Williams with Williams Livestock. I'm here to support the El Dorado Farms. I ranch and farm the property just northeast of 1807 West Highway 246. My family has been ranching and farming in the land in the Bilton era for over 100 years, and we pride ourselves on being good neighbors and ranchers of the land. Since the Cruz family purchased their property in the early 2020, I've gotten to know them through ranching operation, which utilizes an easement running through their property to access 246. Communication with our neighbors is the key to our operation and success. I feel Kevin and Ryan Kraus, along with other ranch teams, share the same ethic to maintain and encourage open, friendly relationship with our neighbors and fellow farming community. We never had an issue with the Cruz or their farming operation, and because of our mutual respect for our working relationship, I fully expect that to continue through the coming years. Kevin and Ryan explained the details of their upcoming cannabis project, and I have confidence that it will not affect our easement access and that they will operate their cannabis project in the same respectful manner and tradition as current farming operation. We support the project of El Dorado Gardens and ask that you deny the appeal so the family can move forward and utilize their farm as the approved land use permit allows. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams was our last speaker for this item.
Okay, very good. Well, let's break for lunch and we'll be back at 1:05.
May I speak to that, Commissioner Farini?
Yes, Commissioner Park.
Yes, let me raise my hand too. First, I'll disclose I have a personal interest in getting this over as soon as possible. I'm gonna describe that for a moment. I'm starting a 3-day endurance ride that I manage. It starts tomorrow morning at 7 in the morning. I still have to mark 50 miles of trail for tomorrow. Most of it I've marked, but I've got to do the last piece on horseback. If this hearing drags on, I'll be riding all night on horseback in the dark, and I'd rather not do it. But now, how does that pertain to this? This hearing is kind of taking its time, which surprised me considering how we've dealt with other hearings here. I'll remind everybody that really the original sin here is the ordinance, and we can't fix that. We can try to do things under our constraints, but we can't rewrite the ordinance as much as I'd like to. We have at times made an effort to push pretty hard. I think that I can candidly say I've pushed the envelope a lot more than any of the other commissioners have been willing to. I know that with Busy Bee I voted for various conditions of approval that I thought mitigated things. They were completely stripped out by the Board of Supervisors. On West Coast, I voted against it, and it was granted with no real changes by the Board of Supervisors, and look what you have today. And I could name all sorts of others, New Era, et cetera, and especially SFS, where I brought together.
Commissioner Park. So do you not want to break for lunch? And are you saying you want to go into
you know what
deliberation?
I'm gonna get to the point.
Well, let's get.
And on SFS, I came up with a whole suite of conditions, and frankly, no one on this commission supported those. So what I'm suggesting is, we tend to see these as either it's all or nothing. Either you approve it or you take it as it is. If the commission has kind of evolved in a way that you want to look into conditions of approval and explore all those, that's going to take some time. I would suggest we just continue it. And if you want to do that, if the rest of you want to do that, I will make a motion to continue it. If you want to decide on an all or nothing basis and do it this afternoon, so be it. But it seems to me I'm kind of hearing some support for, well, let's have a condition on this, let's have a condition on that. If that's the way we're going to go, then we ought to continue it and explore the development of those things. So I'd like to kind of hear from you, Commissioner Freeney, and others. Do you have an interest in continuing this to explore conditions of approval, or do you want to go forward in whatever manner you want to go forward? Because if you did, I'd make the motion right now, and we may be done with this.
Chair Farini, if I could, I may make this real easy for Commissioner Park. I have a 2:00 appointment with my cardiologist, which I cannot miss. I'm out of nitrostat pills.
All right.
And I'm guessing I'm going to be scheduled for a angiogram. So I'm with Commissioner Park. I just assume we figure out how to dispose of this in the next 30 minutes, approve it, deny it, or continue it. And because I can miss the update for the global or the sea rising, but I can't miss my 2:00 doctor appointment.
All right, I got you. Look, the whole thing on lunch, the priority has always been Commissioner Park. Okay, and staff's kind of second. So now Commissioner Park's changing his mind. I will use it against you at some future date, Commissioner Park. Keeping score. So with that, let's move on then. I'm going to close the public hearing. We're going to go to commission questions and deliberation. Okay, Commissioner Park started us off pretty well. Commissioner Blau, I think you've had your say there. You okay?
I'm okay. I want to continue it. I don't want to break for lunch. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradley or Cooney?
I'm fine. Either way.
Commissioner Cooney.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, we can't just continue it.
I'm sorry.
We're going to have some deliberation on what we want staff to come back with and give them some guidance, some things we weren't satisfied with or would like more info on. Commissioner Bradley?
I'm just wondering if maybe Commissioner Park wants to make a motion one way or the other.
Wait, commissioners, if I can interrupt, sorry, this train is going really fast. Procedurally, we do need to have rebuttals by the appellant and applicant after public comment, and then we'd move into deliberations and staff questions. So my recommendation, if you want to continue through, that we go back to rebuttals and get that completed and then move into deliberations on how do we want to deal with the project.
Very good. So to the appellant, we go for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, commissioners. I think it was the last speaker talked about eucalyptus, or no, was this the penultimate speaker perhaps, but I just want to say we presented that study because it shows that terpenes are absorbed, the grapes absorb terpenes. Not that you can't equate if you like wine and if you ever had wine from a vineyard that has eucalyptus groves next to it, it does have a hint of mint in it. And some people like that, but no one wants cannabis in their wine. So let's not conflate what the flavor is versus what we're trying to show is that grapes absorb terpenes. Those are two different things. Secondly, the applicant said this is a unique situation. And in large part, I think the implication was because of these parcels and the way they are aligned. It is a unique situation. And that's why the impacts are greater than normal when you have large parcels that are not spread out in this long, narrow fashion. And the question we have is the harvest 2 or 3 times a year? The permit's for 3 times a year, but is it 2 or 3? The applicant's saying it's only going to be 2. And so that's a change in the project description, and actually the difference in the impacts will occur based on whether it's 2 or 3. Now on to the issue of the State Water Resources Control Board. Now, their general order. I want to just clarify for you, because I went back and looked during the break at the order, and there were some questions about where this came from. So I want to address that. One is the order comes from was mandated by Water Code 13149. And that's specific to cannabis. So again, looking at cannabis versus other agricultural crops is the wrong analysis, because the state assumes that agriculture, which is longstanding in this state, will continue. But the state looks at cannabis differently. And so when you're going to draw water for cannabis, you're removing that water use from other uses, other beneficial uses, including other ag and or recreation or species. And so out of that came the cannabis cultivation policy, which was approved by the State Water Resources Control Board in 2019, which I believe is after your program EIR. So the point of that, and that policy, the order says, cannabis cultivators shall not divert surface water for cultivation activities at any time from April 1 through October 31st, unless the water is diverted. And then it says, and by the way, it then says subterranean water is included in that definition of surface water. So that's why the connection to the surface water is important. The general order directly speaks to that question. And I'd like to call Dr. McCord back as part of this rebuttal to address any issues.
Mr. Parkin,
yes.
You have a time limit on your rebuttal time, okay? You're getting close. You have about 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, I'd like to bring Dr. McCord back for the balance of that. I appreciate that.
I'm unmuted now and my video is started, so I'm back. I just wanted to point out or mention that the new well that was just presented by the applicant is in a different location than was on the well application submitted in October 2020. So some of the analysis that I did for that particular well, it's based on location. So it's going to be different than what was what they just presented. That well's moved actually quite a bit. It's moved. They're describing it as a replacement well to the other northern well, and the well that has had apparently some pretty significant impact on Mr. Pence's well. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
If Dr. McCord doesn't have anything left, I'm going to ask Mr. Pence to finish off the time. He'd like to speak to the issue of the pre-existing cannabis grow.
Thank you very much. When I said that it was the exact same project, it is. It's the exact same footprint. It is no smaller whatsoever. And I didn't see drying or processing. I see something that's exactly the same as what is being done here. Secondly, the tasting room does exist. Thirdly, the equestrian center, our revenue went from about $10,000 a month to $1,000 a month because everybody moved out. So it's I can't make this up. So the applicant says they believe the odor plan isn't needed. The problem is they're betting my business on their belief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pence. And does the applicant have anything they'd like to bring up?
Thank you, Chair Farini. We do want to clarify the permit is for 3 harvests. Just knowing the realities of the property and the weather and the market for cannabis, the intent is to do 2. We are happy to discuss that if somebody feels that it would be beneficial to drop to 2 on the permit, but as of right now, the permit and the impacts and everything that was looked at was based on 3 harvests, and that's what the permit states. I was just clarifying that for the long-term production of the property, we wanted to retain that 3rd option, but it will most likely be 2 crops throughout the year. I do want to say our strong preference is to have your commission deliberate and have a discussion about the project and not have an outright continuance. And we'd love to hear what everyone has to say about it. We are willing, I know this is not the biggest issue, but I know it was one of your issues. We are willing to keep track of parking and employees on the site and shuttle use and all of that, and include that in a report to the planning department, either as if there are parking concerns or complaints. And with that, we're, ready to hear your deliberation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, now let's go ahead and close the public hearing and move to commissioner deliberations. Commissioner Blau. You're muted, unmute.
All right, I'll go ahead and start. Well, first off, this is a CUP. I'm still confused over, LUP. I'm still confused over if we can set conditions based on that as opposed to a CUP, or we need to wait for the applicant to modify their project description. Let me just say, I'm not in support of the project if they're going to be allowed 3 harvests a year when they're telling me it's likely 2 and 2 is doable. I mean, there's a big difference between 6 months worth of odor and 9 months worth of odor, which is what we're talking about. For me, the water issue, I find is disingenuous. Sorry. I don't care how you're interpreting the using surface water versus groundwater. I mean, I get where they don't want to divert a river or a stream to suck up water from the stream or the river to use for irrigation. And I think that was the intent of the water board. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to try and interpret the way the laws were written. I have enough confusion doing with the water board for construction of just commercial residential projects at any rate. So I'm in favor of a continuance because I think one's needed in order for the applicant to modify their project description so that, at least for me, it's approvable. In its current configuration, I'm not inclined to approve the project. And I'm going to take my lead from Commissioner Park on that issue of the number of harvests and as far as the parking requirement, the monitoring of it. To me, that's one of those where, you want them to provide us the compliance. Hey, no, I think if it becomes an issue, you pull their permit. Now, in the past, both Commissioner Park and Commissioner Cooney have contemplated bringing a project back after a year or 2 to determine if our conditions of approval were appropriate or not, or need to be modified. And I have been adamantly against doing that. This may be a case where they could convince me differently in that they're making a lot of representations about how it's not going to affect Mr. Pence's operations, how they've got the odor under control, that, his well won't go dry. And unlike a lot of projects in the past where they're spending, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do an operation, this is or could be just simply a crop rotation. I mean, it's one thing if they grow cannabis for a year or two and then they don't and they grow berries. I don't know. Commissioner Farini, you tell me how that might work. But so if Commissioner Park wants to do continuance, I just think we need to let the applicant and the appellate know what changes we're going to require when it comes back to us to either get approval or not. So that's kind of my position, and I'm waiting to hear from everybody else as to what I'm going to do. At this point in time, I don't know how I'm going to vote, to be honest with you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Cooney, I'm going to jump to Director Plowman, and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
Fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard a question in Commissioner Blau's remarks about conditions of approval and the ability of the commission or staff to attach conditions of approval to a land use permit, and provided that they are linked either to the findings or to this requirements in the code. So a condition of approval that would modify the transportation, I guess they're calling it STMP now, but essentially your transportation demand management plan is a requirement in the code. And so if you wanted to modify that condition, then the Planning Commission has the flexibility to do that. So again, they have to be tied to one of the requirements in the code or be necessary in order to make the findings. With a land use permit, the findings are pretty narrow, right? They talk about compliance with the code and the general plan primarily. So I just wanted to make that clarification for you as you continue in your deliberations.
And I guess, Ms. Plowman, my point was, I was more concerned about the number of crops that were grown per year, whether it's 2 or 3. Okay. And I'm guessing, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have the ability to condition them to have 2 crops per year as opposed to 3. That needs to be their voluntary change in the project description. I'm going to say that unless they make that change, I'm not approving the project.
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Blau, you're correct. That is something they would have to voluntarily offer. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may bear on the issue of whether the matter's continued, but I feel of all the cannabis projects along 246 that we've looked at, this may be a situation where the original environmental impact report has the possibility of doing further review if something arises in terms of the presentation that is not anticipated by the preliminary environmental review. And my concern is this: we had 2 experts testify today and provide dramatically contrasting views of the use of water proposed by the applicant. I would love to have an impartial analysis of the water situation with respect to the proposed use by the applicants. If this was a conditional use permit, there's no question I would be seeking to condition the project based on the inability of the applicant to reduce the surface flows of adjacent to the San Ynez River. But we've been told by the applicant's expert that that's not happening, that The location of the wells is such that it won't be doing that. On the other hand, I think that needs to get pinned down. So I was going to ask council if they felt we had a basis to study further, not saying necessarily how I'd vote, but I just feel the importance of this issue to this project is so much that I would seek more input from a county appointed or county approved hydrogeologist.
Through the chair, Commissioner Cooney, I can respond to that. Yeah, we can ask for more information if that's necessary for the commission's ability to make the findings. So if your commission determined, and you have the discretion to do this, that you need more information in order to determine whether the project will result in more significant impacts than those that were studied in the PEIR, you could direct staff to begin the process of looking into that.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to add something to Ms. Kim's response, and that is that, you know, this is a state board determination, and we have a condition of approval on the permit that requires the state to make their determination before they can actually get an issued permit or before they can start growing. So this issue will be resolved at the state level. They will make a determination if it's surface water and then provide restrictions on how they draw down if it is indeed surface water associated with San Ynez River.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney, are you done?
No, I'm sorry. I wanted to respond to the input from County Council and Ms. Plowman. I'm not necessarily saying that we need to resolve the issue in place of the State Water Board or at other levels. What I'm saying is, if in fact we determine that the water is being drawn from the close-in portions of the subterranean structure, then it makes a difference to me as to how much water is being proposed for this project. Not just adding a 1,200-foot well, but the overall use of water. And I think that impacts the findings we have to make. So I can do it on the basis, I could do it as a individual commissioner on the basis of making my decision among whose experts I would follow. But I think that's very difficult, and there should be a place in our process to get individual advice from staff. And unless staff's saying that Dr. McCord is the one we should listen to, or the applicant's expert, I'm in a position where I think this is important enough that this project be distinguished from others we've approved.
Commissioner Cooney, through the chair, I think what I want to do is clarify two things. One is there's environmental impacts, and the other are the state requirements about drawing from surface water. And it's my understanding with this project that we found there were no potential for environmental impacts related to water, because the amount of water that's going to be used on this site is going to be substantially lower than the historic use. So that's how we came to the conclusion that additional review was not required on this parcel with respect to this project and on this parcel. The piece about whether or not you can draw down from surface water really is a regulatory issue. And if the state determines that it is surface water drawdown, then there are requirements about when they can pump that well. And so there are standards in place that would prevent anything from happening because that's a requirement by the state. So I see them I know they're interrelated, but I think we made the determination through the environmental review process that there would be no impact. And then we have a process by which we have the state determine whether or not that well is indeed impacted by their regulatory requirements. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand the difference. And my point was that as a commissioner voting to approve this project, I'm not comfortable with simply assuming that in general, the cannabis crop growing where it is going to use less water than the crops that might be growing elsewhere or in this process. That's a dangerous assumption. I think if we've got, 12,500 gallon tanks there, what's to prevent the applicant from drawing all that down in the summertime and filling up all the tanks? Then they're set for the cannabis use. But we're making a generalization that the cannabis crop here, once planted, is going to use less. That's superficial. So I'm not relying on the state board as much as I am just on the basis of our analysis. And if we're bound by it, my choice is to vote against the project, and I don't worry about it anymore. My choice would be different if we could get some better input regarding the amount of water that this crop is going to use. So I don't need to say anymore.
Yeah. So just so I'm clear, Commissioner Cooney through the chair, you don't feel comfortable with the data that's presented about water use. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's correct. And the reason I'm not is based on today's testimony.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradley, have you gone yet? You want me to go or you want to go?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine, meaning?
Meaning I'm waiting for someone to make a motion to do something one way or the other. I don't have a.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to lead.
Okay. The transportation management plan and the testimony given by the applicant are in conflict. And I would like staff to work with the applicant on their transportation management plan. I heard from the applicant 2 to 3 harvests for about 3 weeks when we were talking about odor, right? And then in the traffic management plan, it says, well, there will be 3 harvests per year at 4 weeks per harvest. So there's ambiguity there, and I would appreciate staff taking some time on digging into that a little for us and tighten things up. There did seem to be a lot of ambiguity in other parts of the testimony today. One of the things presented was we're encouraged to believe that the smell won't really affect anybody, right? That we have these winds and it's in this canyon, and then the smell's not really going to go anywhere. And that sounds nice, but since they're saying it, I would like to see some type of modeling to show us that what they're telling us is true. Okay. I'm not comfortable just having people come up here and tell me a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense and then just say, yeah, we're gonna rubber stamp it because it's an LUP. That's what they said. I'd like to see some information to prove that up. The city of Buellton deserves that. There's a neighborhood a little bit down the road deserves that. I think they deserve to know what the model says. And then finally, I think Mr. Pence being 50 feet away, I think he needs to know too. So those are my two big issues: the traffic management plan, this discussion that there will be no odor problems without any studies or certified data to back that up. Commissioner Blau seemed to state something on the same order about the smell. And then what are the harvests now, right? Is it 2 harvests? Is it 3 harvests? Is it 3 weeks? Is it 4 weeks? I think everything should get aligned there. The water issue that Commissioner Cooney brought up, I think that's a very responsible thing to say, is we have 2 experts here, saying different things. And how are we really supposed to decide that? Just because I'm a farmer doesn't mean I understand the intricacies of that aquifer and how the river does run. I find it hard to believe in that one map presented by the applicant that the soil type stays the same in the canyon as it goes towards the river, but yet there's a blue line that says, no, it ends here. I need more convincing. I don't see how that really makes a lot of sense. Lines or borders, I think they're for convenience of an argument. So I would need to see more information on that before I could move forward. And that's all I got. Commissioner Park?
Yes, I want to briefly summarize what each of the 3 commissioners has asked for that have spoken up. And I'm leaving you out, Commissioner Bridley. It's not because I want to leave you out. You didn't say anything, so it's okay. But I treasure what you have to say, so don't take offense. And then I want to add a comment of mine on odor. So what I heard Commissioner Farini talk about was traffic study and parking and so forth. And you heard what he had to say. I heard that and that he felt that needed to be developed better. I heard Commissioner Blau refer to the number of harvests and so forth, and he stated he felt that needed to be developed better before he could support the project. I think that I heard Commissioner Cooney speak to both environmental review and more specifically water usage and the need to develop that information further before he could make a definitive decision, or one where he would like to have all the information to make the kind of analysis he does so well. And even on that issue, I think a real key one is this really surface water or not? Let's be persuaded just what that means. I'm going to add a comment about odor. I live up here in the valley for various reasons. It has to do with my involvement in trails, the recreation master plan. I've spent a huge amount of time on foot, on the ground, in the open air between Solvang and Riverview Park in Buellton. I've spent extensive time on every single parcel that's just to the south side of the river between Solvang and Buellton. I've spent a lot of time on the Bassey Ranch, the Mosby property, the Lavender Oak property. I spent several hours a few weeks ago at the Busy Bee site. I spent several hours 2-3 months ago at the CCA site. And odor is a complete mystery. We should never dismiss it that it doesn't exist. And we should never say, aha, we know exactly where it's coming from. It's a complete mystery. At CCA and Busy Bee, I was on site. I didn't smell it at all. One thing I noticed, though, is that we all talk about the wind in the afternoon. When you smell odor the most, it's on those still mornings, and it kind of diffuses in weird ways. The wind, when the wind blows hard from the west, it kind of disperses the odor, and you don't get it nearly as much. That's my observation. My very last time that I was out on Santa Rosa Road, I smelled it a lot, and I was just near Buellton, kind of on the I can't remember the name of the parcel, but anyway, it's just to the just to the west of the old bridge of the old 101, and I could smell it a lot. And I was at least a mile or more away from either of the grow sites that we've legally approved. Now, a problem you have in Buellton is there's, I think, a lot of illegal cannabis being grown in the hills and in the city and all over. And sometimes it's 10 square feet and sometimes it's bigger. And so we don't know where it's coming from. In general, we don't really have a good handle on odor. I can understand why people are frustrated from every side of this. What I would like to see, and there's probably no support for this, but I keep interposing it. I'd like to see in every single project, whether it's LUP or CUP, an adaptive management plan condition that follows up with the complaint and response type procedures that we've seen in our Carpinteria projects, we've seen in CCA, we've seen them in others. And it basically says you field complaints, you respond to them certain ways. And if you can't deal with those complaints, then there can be a second look at what needs to be done to mitigate the odor problems. I do believe that we can attach that as a condition because we can link that to the ag element and other policies in the comprehensive plan. So knowing that I have 3 commissioners wanting more information, knowing that I have a suggestion on something that I think is worth considering, that's probably the best way to deal with this very difficult odor problem, at least in my mind, I would suggest that we continue the matter.
If that was a motion, I'll second it. And then I've got one more comment.
It is a motion. It's a motion to continue it to a date that Secretary Wilson will interpose and tell me I need to add that date.
Okay, and before you do that, just let me say that I don't remember what meeting it was, but it was not too far back where Commissioner Park talked about trying to do an inventory of county lands where we could grow cannabis and it wouldn't affect anybody. And although there was some work toward that effort, it didn't quite get there. So I would be appreciative of you maybe having that discussion when we have the continuance. And one of the reasons that I think it's now appropriate to have the discussion is the fact that I think we are running up against the maximum of acreage that the board has approved for cannabis operations. Are you hearing me okay? I'm going to get break up.
You're breaking up, Dan.
I'm breaking up. Hang on a minute here. Let me do this.
I think Commissioner Park should mute himself. It might be some wind or something.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think it was his. I'll get the Commissioner Park. My idea was I would love to have the staff come back and tell me how close we are to the maximum acreage that we've approved for cannabis. Maybe tell me what's in the pipeline. I'm getting to the point now where I'm going like, yeah, we can't continue be approving cannabis operations that are next door to Buellton or city or EDRM. That is becoming a concern. And the fact that we have a maximum number of acreage that we're pushing up against, that would also make a difference. I'm done.
Okay, so we have a motion in a second.
We need a date.
Mr. Wilson,
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, February 2nd.
February 2nd.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, really, that's as soon as we can do this? That seems so far away. I mean,
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if I could just give you some background on that date. What I'm understanding is that there's a request from the commission to look at water, to look at the traffic management plan, and potentially provide some data on odor and odor patterns. Although this is in the Ag 2 zone and the requirements in LUP is different. there was a request to look into that. So based on those three things and coordination with the applicant's team, and looking at the projection report for next year, staff felt February 2nd would be the viable option to be able to compile all that data and get it back to the commission.
Okay, because I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Just to clarify, not so much looking into odor, but I'm just telling you right now, if the project description doesn't change by the applicant from 3 crops per year to 2, I'm not supporting it. So it's up to them to make that change or not. Whether or not they and the staff come up with other odor controls would be interesting to me when it comes back to us, but I just want to make clear where I'm coming from.
Commissioner Bradley.
I appreciate Secretary Wilson reminding me of Commissioner Cooney's comments on the water analysis, and I forgot about that. So I appreciate the longer need for continuance. It seems to me there's a couple of issues, and honestly, this applicant is a good, I think they're proactive. And so if the direction from the commission is we want them to come up with a project description adjustment that calls out something like an adaptive management plan for odor, for traffic analysis, for traffic TDM success, do it for 2 years, file a report, and then get their third harvest per year. That's another option too. But I have a feeling it's something that the applicant can work through with staff in not too long a period. The question is more, it seems, the water analysis, and that I can understand might take a little bit longer because the commission has asked for that. So I'm okay supporting the continuance, obviously. I just think that we were very close to it, and so it'll just take a little longer. I respect that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park. Could you repeat me, Commissioner Park?
Raise your hand if you vote yes.
All right. Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
Commissioner Farini, if I could.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave the hearing now because you're not going to start again until 2 o'clock for the lunch break. If you could indulge me, if Mr. Villalobos could read the next item into the record, allow me to make a short comment for the record on that item, I would appreciate it.
All right. And by Commissioner Blau. Commissioner or Secretary Wilson.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, one other thought to talk about. Staff's ready to present on that item today. Being that I think there's 2 commissioners that may be compromised on being able to hear that. There is an option to continue that to another hearing date if you would like. Or we can read in the record and take that action, or we can read in the record and then go to lunch. But I'm just throwing that out as an option.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Commissioner Park's got a problem with his but there's no action required of us today on that. It's more of a briefing and us making comments. Am I correct? The reason I say that is because Commissioner Park and myself can go back and grab the tape and hear the briefing. But if there's an action to be taken, then I agree with Secretary Wilson.
So Commissioner Park, you're definitely having some technical problems there with your sound. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think we should continue it. This is a critical issue. It may be state imposed, but nonetheless, something overdue to be discussed in our county. I would not like to have 2 commissioners miss out on the discussion and questioning of staff. So Could we add it to the 8th agenda? It doesn't look too packed.
If that was a motion, Commissioner Cooney, I'll second it.
Okay. Moved and seconded and Terry Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'd recommend let's read it in the record. Do the motion and get any public comment on that. Do the motion and get any public comment on that.
Park, can you mute, please? Park, can you mute, John? Mute, please. There you go. Okay. Now, go ahead again, Mr. Wilson. It's not
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd recommend that we just have Mr. Villalobos read in the record. If there's any public comment on the continuance, we can do that, and then we can just call the order and then be done.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Villalobos, would you read item 2 into the record, please?
Sure. The following is a hearing on the request of the County Planning Commission to receive a report regarding the outcome of the county's sea level rise local coastal program amendment. Case number 17 GPA 4 and 17 ORD 15.
Okay. And then, Mr. Villalobos, do we have any public comment?
Chair Farini, we did actually have one speaker signed up for public comment on this item, and that is Allison Thompson.
Hi, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. It sounded like from what I was hearing that the commission was looking to continue this to a later date. Do I still give my public comment now, or do I wait until that later date after the presentation?
I think that can be up to you. We're talking about December 8th. So if that's a bad date for you and you want to get your comment in today, go ahead. And if
I can go ahead and give my comment now if that works for everyone. I know you have a tight schedule.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this issue. My name is Allison Thompson. I'm the Operations and Policy Coordinator at Heal the Ocean Santa Barbara. Heal the Ocean has been active in sea level rise monitoring and planning for many years. In September, Heal the Ocean wrote the Coastal Commission to protest the county's withdrawal of the Sea Level Rise Local Coastal Plan Amendment. Heal the Ocean would like to see the county move forward with the Coastal Commission to create the best document possible to protect our county from the impacts of sea level rise. Additionally, it is critical the county moves forward with this document to ensure the county has adequate time for sea level rise planning. As such, Heal the Ocean suggests the commission and staff reconsider the withdrawal and move forward with the document. We do agree it is important to work together with the Coastal Commission to create a document that best serves our county. However, time is ticking on this issue and it is pertinent to act quickly. Heal the Ocean has specific comments for a few of the modifications presented that I will quickly go over. Heal the Ocean agrees with suggested modification 15 made by the California Coastal Commission staff. We agree that property owners should be required to waive rights to future shoreline protection for new structures or redevelopment. For suggested modification 19, Heal the Ocean favors the California Coastal Commission's modification requiring reassessment of CDPs for shoreline protection structures every 20 years. Sea level rise projections change frequently, with state-supported science and data regularly being updated. We believe CDPs for shoreline protection structures should be reevaluated more frequently than 20 years. We believe that the County Planning and Development's request to not reassess CDPs until shoreline protection structures become ineffective or obsolete is not an adequate solution. Reevaluation must keep up with updated science and data. Heal the Ocean supports the California Coastal Commission's suggested modification 5 and 15, requiring development to be removed, relocated, or modified if the development requires new and/or augmented shoreline protection devices that are not consistent with LCP or relevant Coastal Act policies. State Senate Bill 83, introduced by Senator Allen, will establish in partnership with the Ocean Protection Council a sea level rise revolving loan program that will provide low interest loans to local jurisdictions to purchase vulnerable coastal properties. It will also require the development of guidelines to identify eligible vulnerable coastal properties. It is time we get moving on this before it is too late and the window of opportunity to plan and take action for vulnerable properties closes. The county's belief that the Coastal Commission's modification unduly limits future options for property owners is denial when the window for future options is closing rapidly. Thank you all for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Villalobos, that's all we have, right?
Yes, Ms. Thompson was our only speaker on this item.
Okay. All right. So now we have a motion and I believe a second to move this to the December 8th.
If I could, a little further comment for staff. One of the reasons I want to make comment today is so that the staff is prepared for when it comes back to us. This came back before us last time. I asked staff to provide me any information they can come up with regarding the Ocean's Rise over the last 100 years. And that information never came forward. Did a little research myself, and as best I could determine, it was somewhere between 3 and 6 inches. I'm having great difficulty talking about spending money or doing different things when I'm not convinced that the current modeling or the current research is accurate. So I would just like to warn them that I'm going to be asking for information on the sea rise for the last 100 years to give me some comfort as to what's possible for the next 100 years. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney, did you have anything?
No, I was just ready to vote, Mr. Chair.
All right. And Mr. Villalobos.
Commissioner Cooney,
Aye.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
He dropped off.
Commissioner Blau,
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0, I guess.
Okay, very good. All right, well, until next time.
Thank you.